a night and the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo of the night, we find solace, we find light, and the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo. Light and the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo of the night, we find solace, we find light, and the moment cannot. When you hear the music.
Hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Got Scobalt, Seaweaver, good to see both of you. Was shaken. I myself am just dragging my ass through the week. I don't know about you guys, but starting, Saturday, I'm off of work until like the new year, so I have like 3 freaking work days to just make it through before I actually have vacation. And I don't really want to be doing those days of work anymore, but here we are, stuck doing it. But at least, here we can do not work. Obviously, today we're going to be updating Whitney's bit, as Whitney did make it to the 128 orb threshold, so that's very exciting. I have a reference for her, so we're going to use that. It's a little bit of a... Whitney's bit's interesting, because it doesn't have a clear path to changes, and she's given me a new reference to kind of shift it, which will be interesting how that continues to develop. But, that being the case, how's everybody else's week going, huh? And of note for you, Seaweaver, my plan is possibly when I finish up Whitney's bit, or at some point later on in this stream, I'll probably pull up your trailer, and I'll do the reaction to that today, because I think this is the perfect opportunity to do so. For those unaware, Seaweaver posted it up in the Discord server, but Seaweaver has a trailer for an upcoming game releasing early next year, so you should check that out, and we'll be checking out the trailer at least later. Very exciting. Of note, a few reasons of interest. One, obviously, Seaweaver, friend of the channel, so we gotta hype up the homies, give the exposure where we can. Exposure, like I'm some large channel. Hilarious. But also, of interest and note, I am doing voice acting in that game. I'm sure I'm in the trailer, which is painful to listen to myself, but we must endure. We must endure, despite it being weird. I couldn't imagine how I could not be in the trailer, honestly. So there you have it. I would be shocked. Oh, so I'm fumbling with the cable that runs to my hand tracking. I'm fumbling because I had to replace the cable that goes to my hand tracking. I don't know when it ended up like on the floor, but it ended up on the floor, and I can only presume that I ran the hell over it with my chair and I tore it the hell up. And I was like, well, damn. Fortunately, I already had a spare. The problem with the spare is that it's longer and it's much stiffer, and it was folded up, so it's like it's got kinks all over it. So I'm like, what the heck is going on here? I'm like, I'm fiddling with it, flopping about, trying to not let it cause me too much duress. But you know, here we are. Okay, let me yoink this up. Here is our new Whitbit reference. Whitney wanted to move in a planetary direction. Well, actually, Whitney wanted to move into a dancing across the bottom of the screen direction. Unfortunately, while that was absolutely something I wanted actually like all of the bits to be able to do, because one of my earliest thoughts towards the bits was actually to make them into well, I'm glad we can at least share in that pain, Seaweaver. I thought it would be pretty cool to be able to make the bits into something more like the stream avatars, right? To like mosey across the bottom of the screen. The main issue, of course, is that in order to do like actually through stream avatars, I have to be like a pixel artist, which I'm not a very good pixel artist. Hey, Rat, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. You're in school, right, Rat? Are you wrapped up with school this semester? Are you free from your responsibilities, or at least one of your responsibilities? So I wanted them to be able to do like stream avatar, but like a proper stream avatar, I would have to be like a legitimate pixel artist and like make a bunch of animation sheets, and that's just something outside of my skill set. So couldn't do that. And then I was like, oh, maybe there's a way I can make that happen through vNyan. And unfortunately, the way the prop systems work and stuff, I cannot both tie them to the camera, which would allow them to tool around on the bottom. But I can not both link it to the camera and have them move around, is what I'm trying to say. Like one thing, like the custom objects are something that you can readily move around after you put them in the world, but they have to exist in world space. And then props can be tied to, oh, you graduated in November? Dude, that's so awesome. Congratulations. That is, one, awesome to graduate, but two, far more awesome to so rapidly get a job at, like, presumably a place that you wanted to work at. I mean, obviously you put your resume in. So that's awesome. Congratulations. That is thrilling. It took me, I never really ended up in a job directly tied to my field. When I graduated, it took me maybe like half a year to get sort of like any work. And at that time, it was just temp sort of work. And so using that temp work, I was just good at my job. So then I went from temp work to being a full-time manager for the job that I had been doing. From there, I moved into the quality space, and then I moved to like a legitimate software development firm in the quality space. And so all that to say, That's awesome, and you're so, like, well, either fortunate or had a killer resume to get, like, a desirable job right out of graduation. That I am envious of your fortune in that regard. So it's just a whatever. Hey, then I also just went through a whatever job. Oh, you're gonna be a tattoo artist, dude. That's awesome. It is correct. I wrangled Kappa into coming to work at the same place in the same role, and then I moved into the quality QA, quality engineer role, whatever. That's cool. So is tattoo artist like the schooling you did? Is it? I'm curious. Were you doing something more like a general arts degree? Was it a degree at all? Was it more of like a tattoo artist like trade program where you do like the tattooing on like synthetic skin and stuff? I'm curious what training looks like for doing tattoo artist. Because the quality engineer space is another space that similarly doesn't necessarily have like an obvious defined like degree path to it. Although maybe tattoo artistry does. I don't know. Because it's always really interesting to sort of meet and talk with all of the other quality engineers at my workplace, because we have such a different, wild array of people. Like, I have a computer engineering degree. We used to have somebody, though she's left the company, that was like a master's in physics. Like, we just have all kinds of different sorts. You know, we got the business degrees. We got people with no degrees. Like, it's just one of those jobs. Yeah, they're just kind of jobs where, like, you just mosey there. Nobody tells you about it as a career path when you're coming out of high school or whatever. Although, saying that, it was pretty cool in my current company, more so before we were acquired by the current, I guess technically the current company I work for. But when it was a smaller company, we specifically had some like outreach programs where we would send people to like high school programs in the area to like talk about quality engineering and what you do and how you get into it and like all of that stuff, because like there are these careers that nobody tells you about that you're like, oh, that seems kind of cool. Okay, so you say there's a little course in antibacterial medicine. You know what? Important. That's extremely important. So what kind of art do you like to do? Because I know I know only a little bit about tattoos. I have a tattoo. It's somewhat atypical, I guess, although it's trendy now. I got it before it was trendy. It's I think they usually call it tech sigilism now, is surprising no one, I'm sure. I have a tech sigilism tattoo, but like I know there are like names. There's like the American traditionalist, there's tribal. Like, do you have a space that you like to do in that regards as far as like doing? I'm suddenly having a brainwave that this is a discussion that I may have had previously. I'm just curious when people talk about stuff, and I'm having a sudden deja vu. That, you know what? It's fine. We can retread this stuff. I care about the people that show up to the channel. What can I say? I'll ask people of the same shit a second time. No one should be surprised. I think I've given this speech maybe 4 times, and if Scobalts is still here, I would say Scobalts can vouch for me, but Scobalts, I'm pretty sure every time I say that, mentions that Scobalts, he forgets everything. So that should really prove that I've done this before, or my deja vu is running at hyper speed right now. Back me up, Scobalt. Or Kappa. Maybe Kappa's been here for some of these, me saying this exact stuff. Oh, hey. I love me some cyber stuff. Bugs and sharks. Cool. Just not realism. You know, I think... I'm sort of indifferent to bugs as far as like a premise, but what I do really like about bugs is some of the detailing and stuff that like almost tips bugs or the people who do like mix-ups tips bugs almost towards like a mecha like degree of detail when you treat like art about bugs like you would treat art about a mecha. I think that's really cool. I've seen it a few times, and also there's plenty of people who just do bug-shaped mecha. But like, when you sort of like take them and be like, oh yeah, they're little bugs, but then you sort of present them as though you are much smaller than the bugs, and they get drawn, and then like they take on this like larger than life look. I think that's cool. Anyway, yeah. Clockwork Steampunk Beetles, excellent. It's a vibe. I can get behind that. All right, maybe it would. I assure, like, you know what? We're not going to talk about Deja Vu. We're just going to. I'm going to lean into the fact that I am. I don't know. Can I say an anime dude on the internet? I don't know. Anime might be not accurate. We'll just say I have visions of, you know, parallel dimensions steps in advance. I probably had this conversation in a different dimension. You know, I live out here outside of the mortal realm. This is normal for me. I'm getting it mixed up. Eldritch knowledge, exactly. Don't worry about it. This shit happens. It just do be that way sometimes. We're not worried about it. No, but that's awesome. I wish you the best, because I think tattoos are cool. Exactly. The mask is a jump scare? Well, a little bit. You know what? Hey, I'm still proud of that mask, all right? I know it's well, I mean, it's no face. No face is a little bit spooky by design. This is still the best thing that I have ever modeled in Blender. So, hey, I'm sticking with it. The best modeling I've done in Blender. Is it incredible? No. But you know what? It gets the job done. It's got the right vibe. Hey, I didn't model Kappa bit in Blender. That's the difference. That's the difference. This is the whip bit is unique in that I literally modeled it in Blender. It's it's the only thing aside from like my little shapes and shit that I modeled in Blender. It's the most complex thing that I've modeled in Blender. The other stuff's all, the things that I'm already good at. Well, yes. Whitbit does just flow right off the tongue. There is nothing better than Whitbit. Yeah, I know. All right. Well, no, it does not rhyme. That is accurate. Well, and yes, and plus I'd never call you Red. That just seems weird. So, we can't have that. Bitcap. Bitcap just sounds like a hat for a bit, you know? All right. First and foremost, however, we are going to make... Obviously, I showed it earlier. Wit. Now I'm calling you Wit because it's Witbet. Whitney. I pulled up your reference that you'd provided, so we're gonna try to get a nice old ring on here. And so we've got our reference here, and we are of course in normal fashion for me. We will be attempting to craft that out of a particle system. All things particle systems. Well, I will. I can't promise I will as a normal order of things. Every once in a while, I just spout names the way I do. Usually it's really... Here's the thing. I am broadly very bad at names. Yeah, we all know this. I've mentioned it before. And so, pretty much everybody gets the name that I read. Like, what I read is the name they get. Although, many of you have been around a lot longer, and that is starting to shift. Because I can remember Phantom, although I have to really think about it for a minute when Phantom shows up as Ghost. Like, the other name. Right. Phantom. That's the one. I have forgotten it before. I was like, shit. What's the name? What's the name? It's really bad. I wish I wasn't so bad at names. It's a whole thing. Honestly, in my case, I don't know if this is true necessarily. A random thought. I actually kind of think that some of my being useless with names is sort of related to the fact, not the fact, is related to the way that I view identity in general, because I don't put much stock in my own name. It kind of wraps up in with me being like a gender abolitionist. I don't really think identifying by gender is meaningful. I don't really take on labels for much. Like, I take a very direct view of, like, a holistic existence that, you know, is myself, is my identity. So, like, any specific label that is given into it externally doesn't really matter to me. And I think because of that perspective, or rather whatever deep down root level, I don't know, thought processes that tie into that viewpoint, I think also leads me to be terrible at names, because, like, I remember people by, I don't know, like the core essence that they are. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't say I remember them by association. I'm just like, oh yeah, that person. And when I say, like, that person, it's like sort of encompasses all of the things I remember about that person, and I don't really feel the need to slap that label of a name on top. I'm like, well, that doesn't really change who they are. Like, that's just a label, and I'm bad at them. So, I don't know. These sorts of, like, philosophical thoughts. All right, particle system. Yeah, late night thoughts, but it's not very late. Oh, I definitely have an internal monologue with words. The better question, Kappa, is can you even visualize things? Like, I don't know, a map. Because that's something I don't understand, is people that are not good at directions or spatial things, because that has never been my experience. So people who, like, have no premise of like, I don't know how to get back where we were. I was like, how? I don't understand. I know, and I don't mean that as like a dig, because I do know that aphantasia is a thing that exists. Like, I know some people like actually can't picture things. So I don't mean that as a dig. I mean that in the most literal sense of that is outside of my understanding and experience. And it's something that I will never be able to like fully comprehend because like I can picture shit. like I can picture three-dimensional objects and like rotate them as need be in my head. That's why I, can do my model work without any kind of references or pre-work. I just sit down and I'm like, yes, I have a vision. And I'm like, burp, 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 burp. When I picture things, is the background black or white? I don't think I necessarily need to give it a background. I guess I don't really prioritize the background. I don't know. I never thought about that. Well, a lot of times I don't really concern myself with picturing like people specifically. So I don't always find it necessary, I guess. It is a very interesting question though, Rat, because I had never ever like kind of thought about the sort of surrounding things when I'm trying to envision something. I don't know. I don't know very much about aphantasia. I simply know that, like, it exists. Okay, let's see. Let's tighten this up. Corgi Dynamics. What a great name. Well, welcome. And hello. Is that like Boston Dynamics, except it's corgis instead of robots? But welcome. So, to explain what we're doing, broadly, one, we're talking about weird esoteric topics. That's unimportant to actually what we're doing. It's just a thing that usually happens regardless. So, what we're doing today is there is a channel redeem used via !daily, and you can earn a void orb currency once a day. When any regular makes it to 64, or in this case 128, when you get 64 void orbs, I add a community bit to my model that is representative of the regular. So today, Whitney, there in chat, Whitney has made it to 128 void orbs, so we are updating that bit to be more complicated, as I do, from, moving from 64 to 128 to, 256. We haven't had anybody get that far. We'll figure it out. And so that's what we're doing, which is all in Unity work. Kappa's just pulled up her bit, and then I also have a variety of examples of not community bits that I've made that are like little fan bit guys. See, I make various little bits that are roughly, in my style, but I know you can't see that very well. I'm kind of zoomed out. Hold on. Which is my most zoomed in one? Here we go. That's more zoomed in. See, I got like little bit guys. These rather than community bits, I've called these fan bits because they're for, what did I just hit? Oh, not that one. That's not the right one. But these are for like friends of the channel or other streamers that I've been a really big fan of. You know, some of these are the HoloLive folks. If you're familiar with HoloLive, that's, you know, that one's for Crony. That one's for Fauna. Oh, Fauna's retiring. I don't know. Oh, yeah, there was another one. That one was Seaweaver. I don't know if anybody really follows HoloLive. I know a lot of my viewers are not like avid VTuber viewers. And they've just stumbled across me accidentally. Hey, Rat's into it. Cool. Yeah, you might not have seen my HoloLive bits. Because, like, I have, this one is for Aki. Although it's a little hard to see. Like, Aki, there's Fuamoko. They got the little Bow Bow particles. I'm really proud of that particle system. It's really simple, but it's so incredibly fitting for them. Oh, that's Project Melody. That's not one. And then I have the entire Promise crew. Fauna, who is graduating in January. Very unfortunate to see, but it's not exactly the end of the world. I'm sure she'll show back up. They usually do, you know, Crony, we got Iris, and there's Mume, and then Bay. You know, I just like making the little goobers. And so I make them for the community as well. And that's what we're doing today. We're celebrating the regulars for being regulars. And aside from that, just shooting the shit. Okay, so this is sort of funny. Well, it's not funny that you tore your ACL. That sucks. But what is kind of funny is that you are not, in fact, the first to pop in here and do a little bit of narrativization, which is funny. Largely because I'm surprised it's happened more than once. And I don't really mind it. That's perfectly fine. But I do think it's funny that it's happened more than once. But welcome. But yeah, that sucks that you tore your ACL. It might be the bright colors. Exactly, Whitney. It was Cheddar. we had Cheddar come by, who also did narrativization, which is really amusing. Freaking, Cheddar narrativized through my entire misery of the, what was it? Hollow Knight Path of Pain. I'm still upset about. I do wonder if I should send over the Hollow Knight Path of Pain VOD, right? To get that edited by the guy who did my editing for the recent one. Who did a great job. Thank you all for, you know, watching that and commenting on it, as well as just, you know, complimenting it and such, because I was very pleased with it. I have sent all of the compliments over to the editor because I think he definitely deserves credit for having done such a excellent job editing that VOD, because that video was fantastic. Like, I watched it and I was like, oh my god, it's like I'm a professional. It's like I belong here. It's like I'm doing something correctly. I'm not just some slapdash dumbass on YouTube. Look at me go. Exactly, Rat. That's exactly it. I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Also, Corgi mentioned that you're colorblind. What variety of colorblind? I have another friend who is also colorblind. And I actually can't remember exactly which sort of colorblind he is either. He has trouble differentiating, like, blues, purples, greens, I think. That band. Total black and white. Ah, then I do find it, in fact, quite surprising that you have stumbled in here, because I have followed the path of, you know, flowers in being ridiculously brightly colored in order to wrangle in unsuspecting victims. I do, however, have a monochrome redeem, which should make... Yeah, there it is. That will, in fact, turn me monochrome. So now everybody's in the same ballpark. Well, no, not exactly like a poisonous fish, because poisonous fish are trying to drive things away, whereas flowers are trying to, presumably entice, like, pollinators. I'm not trying to frighten people from coming to the stream. I'm trying to get people to come to the stream. It's, unless you want to, like, reference it to an anglerfish, right? Anglerfish. The bright colors are the dangly of the anglerfish. It's true. Well, so the thing is it's true though that in my initial creation of the model, the color was like the only thing I had going for me, because I just wasn't as skilled at making the model. So like the general build of it was just not as interesting. It was a lot more flat. And I do have a lot more going on with the model now, that the color is not as vital to be like the only visual interest going on. I've got a lot more going on. And hold on. Do I still have my Kana notes? I do. Hold on. Oh no, it doesn't actually have the pronunciations on the Kanas in my notes. Dude. I was trying to learn Japanese a while ago, and I is that Metto? I think it's toe at the end. Hold on. Ka sata. It is toe. It's toe. Where's the first symbol? I gotta remember. I can get there. Teto? Teto? Tito? Teto? That looks... Teto. Yeah, it does look like Teto. Te? Right? Te? Yes. Based on my notes also, I would agree that that's Teto. Welcome, Teto. If I haven't run you off with me rambling through pronunciations for 3 minutes. Spell human. Please call him. Timeline. Ah, Britain. Awesome. How do you find Britain? I am generally housed in the U.S. Whitney, you're from Suffolk. I thought you were in Florida. I mean, not that those two things can't be, like, equally true. But I have you freaking brain-holed as Florida. That's probably just where you're going to school. Maybe? I don't know. Ah, we got Rat the Aussie. Man, this is remarkably an international audience, considering there's like 7 of us. This is remarkable. Gotcha. All right. We are fancy, all right? There's no denying that. extremely fancy. Oh, on the subject of Aussie, I didn't realize that you were Aussie, Rat. I visited Australia for a month, like exactly a year past. Oh, cool. Okay. Wow. So we've got the Brit in America and the American in Britain. Fantastic. Truly the crossing of cultures. Incredible. But yeah, I spent a whole month in Australia last year for like December into January. I freaking loved. I was in Melbourne. I freaking loved my time in Melbourne, and I am actually quite bummed that I am not still there. But alas, it is what it is, I suppose. I still have, we brought like a whole Costco box of Tim Tams home with us, and we still have two little boxes of Tim Tams. One of those boxes of Tim Tams is specifically for Christmas this year when the family comes together. We're busting out the good old Australian Tim Tams because they are a delicious cookie. And on your subject of the rain, Corgi, I have heard, in fact, that it's absolutely terrible there. Just like constant rain. Pubs are amazing though. I also have a little container of Vegemite in my cupboard that I have not busted out again. Actually, I haven't opened that one. I had the thing of Vegemite while I was there, properly executed, right? With the bread, the butter, and extremely light, Vegemite on top. I actually liked it. I thought it was like generally enjoyable. It's not something that I'm like, this is how I'm starting my morning every day, but I did like it. So I've got a container of Vegemite left in my cupboard that I probably actually need to bust out soon. Yeah, we met. So when we went, I have friends that I'd made through streaming over there. Stella, who doesn't usually stream anymore, but used to be friend of the channel, used to stream on Twitch. Regardless. Really, really good friend of mine that we visited. So we did everything proper and correct, for visiting Australia. We had some fairy bread. Actually, they thought it was stupid that we wanted fairy bread, but we wanted it. Damn it. We had a fairy bread. We had the Vegemite. We had the stupid, what's the freaking malt powder nonsense that you mix up all gritty and shitty. That one we didn't care for. Also, hello Phantom, welcome. That's the one, Milo. Freaking, they were all like, you gotta have Milo the Australian way, and they're like a big pile of powder and like not enough milk, and then it's just like, what is this? What is this nonsense? Corgi, you have far more endurance and willingness to run than I. Although, I expect that was potentially, at fault for your little ACL incident, or at least related. So I can certainly see where one such as you may have found yourself with a bit of a torn ACL. I can put the dots together. I get it. I'm on top of things. I did not care for the Milo so much, Rat. I'll give the Vegemite because it was good. I wasn't there for the Milo. Oof. That's rough. I'm suddenly learning that I can't actually effectively continue to do modeling shit when we have like more people and new people and things to talk about. I actually just get entirely distracted talking. So, whoops. Hold on. Kappa, I agree. Those things just describe a poor broken body to me, and I would prefer to keep my body unbroken, thank you. That's where I'm at. I mean, hey, it's in the title, it's in the brackets, it's a chatting stream. It's there. I'm accurate. I know what's up. I knew it was gonna happen. That's right. It's actually a bummer that YouTube doesn't actually have like a chatting section, because they just so YouTube has a few broad categories to sort of label not just streams, videos broadly. And this is one of those things that people kind of knock YouTube in comparison to Twitch as far as like streaming quality specifically. Because there's just not very many categories. There's like educational, there's entertainment, which is like kind of this useless broad category that, to be fair, most of like this I just put as entertainment because like it's not gaming. And there's like educational, and there's a how-to, which is somehow different from educational. I don't know. But there's like these broad ones. Yes. A sort of channel point API system would be nice. The issue, of course, with that is that it's much more complicated. So the other ones would be much lower lift of just like adding better categories to like streaming specific categories. I think would be really nice, because like there's just obvious categories that would benefit for streaming rather than just like broad videos. And it would be really nice if they would just do that. Like that would be great. Okay. Let's continue to try to get something accomplished. Let's first find us a better particle so that we know what size we're actually working on. As a reminder, for those that have arrived more recently, we're working on Whitbit, as Whitney did reach the 128 void orbs. And so this was the reference we've got. So we're giving a nice ring to what it was previously, which is our little like no face Daria gummy bear hybrid. We're getting it a little planetary ring of particles. And that's what we're doing right now. I come back here. Yes. Oh. Seaweaver. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I forgot to message you earlier. On the subject of Thursday, I am still hyped. But can we start stream at my normal start time? I think, which would be 8 for you. Because it's currently harder for me to start earlier like we had been. One, because I am stuck working a little bit later because I actually have 2 projects I'm working on, as well as the fact that now I have to freaking exercise every day because I have high cholesterol or whatever. Screw you, doctors, and also genetics. So now I have to like put a half hour of freaking exercise plus at least 15 minutes of shower every goddamn day. It's driving me crazy. I hate it, but here we are. But that really is a hamper on stream days. It's really a pain in my ass to like come straight out of work and be like, now I gotta go bicycle for a half hour, I gotta shower, and now I'm okay. So it makes it a lot more difficult to start earlier, is what that whole complaint is about. I should not grumble so much, because honestly, my cholesterol is not that high, and as far as things that can go wrong as you get older, slightly elevated cholesterol is not the worst case scenario, because I am fortunate in that, like, I'm still pretty light. Being light helps me with, like, my joints don't hurt, my back doesn't hurt, like, I'm broadly speaking in good shape aside from that. So I shouldn't complain, but come on. Come on. We've all been to the streams. We know I can find anything to complain about. I did not get the Bad Knees DLC. Exactly. Like, I as far as things that can go wrong as you get older, I'm really doing pretty good. I also managed to, you know, ride a motorcycle for years and never eat it hard enough to, like, destroy a limb or something. So, which is actually largely why I've stopped riding my motorcycle, because I just didn't want, like, it was essentially I stop riding willingly, or at some point something is going to happen. Did it just drop? I'd seen that they announced that, like, it was coming. I wasn't sure when it was gonna make it. I'm thrilled. The new update looks pretty good. Although a lot of the changes are really more about, like, the end game, that I haven't gotten to yet. But I am still happy to see some of the other ones, the other stuff. Less than an hour ago, sick. You know, you are not alone, Phantom, in the unfortunate back and knees. Super duper common issues. That is most unfortunate. I'm trying to find the particle material I'm happy with. Hey, Priestess. Ah, here we go. Some of these guys. The worst part? What's the worst part? Oh, you already got your ascendancy? Oh, right, because they did make it easier. Man, me and Kappa had a struggle on that front. I'm kind of surprised. How should you tell your parents you're trans? Well, I mean, ideally, I don't have particularly much experience in any sort of discussion of that nature. I would say that a large part of that is going to depend on the nature of your relationship with your parents. How, I mean, progressive your parents are likely to be on the subject, right? What degree of previous rapport you have. Because that shit is complicated, is what it comes down to. Which I do not have a significant amount of actual experience or advice to give on that sort of thing, as I have never gone through something similar. I do think, I do think it can be important to do so, assuming, well, Whitney has a good advice there. Because yes, on gender topics, I am something of an oddity and not very good for giving advice, because I have a very apathetic view on gender topics, in the sense that I am a gender and gender abolitionist. So, like, I don't give a shit about my gender, I guess. Like, eh. I'm the sort of agender that I don't find it necessary or valuable to have a gender for myself. So, like, people who do care about their gender and it's, like, important to their identity, I'm not really in a position to give good advice for, is, I guess, what I would say. But obviously, others in the community are on top of things. We're a capable sort, broadly speaking. How about that one? Ooh, I like that one. Yeah, it's no worries, Corgi. We're just talking about stuff. You have overstepped no bounds up to this point. It was a bit of a non sequitur, but honestly, this is a chatting stream that is full of non sequiturs, so it's fine. It's fine. We're just shooting the shit. Finland in World War II. Huh? What? What are you referencing? I don't know anything about Finland in World War II. It's true. I do try to be a safe space. I don't have my pride bits up because, well, they are in my way. Yeah. No, Seaweaver, we have not yet watched the trailer. The trailer to Seaweaver's game, which is a series of letters that I cannot recall. Which I'm sure is going to annoy Seaweaver, but honestly, that might be one of my earliest, like, I don't know, criticisms is a strong word, but like, yeah, but like, you also are planning a different pizza rogue. Like, there's multiple pizza rogues now in play. It requires, like, disambiguation. Maybe I'll just call it Pizza Rogue Bunch of Letters. It's the Pizza Rogue Bunch of Letters. That's the one. I intend to react to that trailer later, Priestess, by the way, which is why Seaweaver brought it up. As long as I can freaking make it through working on this wit bit and I'm not 100% distracted by chat the entire time. Thanks for popping in, Rat. Well, not even popping in. You were hanging out. You have a good morning, day. I had to check the time and convert to Aussie. Have a good day. I'm reading historical facts about Finland now. You think I should do the reaction first? I mean, I'm open to that. We're just screwing around anyway. Here, hold on. Let me get the link. We can do that. I'm not opposed to that idea. We can just grab that link. Let me see. Let me see. Hiya. Copy. Yeah, Pizza Rogue. Pee-pee. Pee-pee Pizza Rogue. It's close to PEMDAS. You know, I not really recently, but like, well, I recently went back through the whole like PEMDAS rabbit hole again because it popped back up on freaking Twitter like it does every once in a while of somebody being like, ha, calculate this, and then everybody's like disagreeing, and I was like, okay, now I gotta go remind myself exactly why most of the people here are stupid. PEMDAS is the acronym for algebra in how you, and not even algebra, actually, I guess arithmetic, of how you are intended to order of operations a complicated formula. It's parentheses, exponents, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. PEMDAS. Right, so that's one of the big discussions of like PEMDAS versus BEDMAS, because depending on where you are. But both of those, so both of those are technically incorrect. Yeah, the brackets instead of calling them parentheses. And the division multiplication is switched, except they're simultaneously anyway. But no. Okay, all right, distraction. We're going down the damn PEMDAS, BEDMAS, the side rant. Okay, so the main like dispute that comes up with these. Hold on, let me get the meme formula. Meme PEMDAS formula. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. There it is. All right, let me. Oh, I don't know if I can actually type out the division sign. If I add just a text. PEMDAS. Okay. Can I type in like? Well, it doesn't quite work right. Nope, I need the image. It's important. Okay, hold on. Let me. Here we go. This is the one. Save image as. Downloads. Save. Plus. Image. PEMDAS. Okay. Oh, delete this. Yes. Browse. Downloads. Open. Okay, here it is. So this is the famous viral math problem. As you can see, it helpfully labeled in the image. Right? 6 divided by 2, paren, 1 plus 2, in paren, equals. This is the quintessential formula. Right? So the question is, what is the actual outcome of this? The answer, yeah. So there are sort of two arguable positions. There is that it is 1, and there is that it is 9. There is either 1 or there is 9. See, this is why it's important. And this is why PEMDAS is incomplete, right? Because most of you went down the route of, well, it's 6 divided by 6 in the end once you've simplified it. You have, but Corgi, your mistake. So you're very close to the alternative. Your mistake is that the 3 from 6 divided by 2, that 3 is multiplied by the 1 plus 3 because, and you've you are on top of the disputing question. So when you have, you know what? I actually should bring that text back. I got rid of it too fast. PEMDAS notes. Right? Okay, so we have either 6 divided by, oh lordy. 6 divided by 6, right? Or we have 3 times 3, right? And how we end up by that, right? These are the two options. Where the giant question becomes is, how do you deal with 2 paren anything, right? What this is, this 2 paren x is the core question that this dispute comes about. Yeah, you are correct, Corgi. I have a computer engineering degree. This is where the dispute lies, okay? Is this simply multiplication, or is it something different? And if you look at actual use, so I'm really gonna shrink it down, and I'm gonna give you the footnotes. There's some really interesting videos to watch about this topic. Hold on, let me find the real one that I've watched in the past that I really liked. Because there's one that really covers through it, and I found it really interesting. Yeah, it's this one. Oh, hey, Mola. What? Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. What the? Okay, sorry. I just got super distracted because my copy paste into chat was like Bizarro World. Anyway. Okay. I have linked the video that I found most informative and interesting on this. I watched a couple of them. I think that one covers it best. So she actually looks at like the history, all of the different texts that have come about, like where those, how it's used and things. And ultimately what it comes down to is that in actual mathematical and engineering use, when it is actually used, this is an implied multiplication, which is done before regular multiplication. So when they are next to each other like this, we resolve this after exponents, but before other multiplication. Because that's just, and the thing is most of you sort of naturally went that way. And there's a reason. It's one of those things that like, it sort of goes viral and it's kind of a meme-y discussion because some people think they have a gotcha, right? It's like, ha, you all think it's this, but you're wrong. And it's like, well, actually, we're not. And part of the reason that we are not wrong is because most people in actual use it like this. Is that accurate for how it's taught with PEMDAS? No, but it's important to remember that mathematics like this is a form of written language. Mathematics is a language intended for communication. And ultimately what it comes down to is the most important thing for correctness in any form of communication is actual understanding and communication. So because the use the evidence, the regular understanding of what this means is a certain way, that is truth. Like, that is what becomes correct. And so, it's very interesting. I would encourage you to watch that video if you have any interest in sort of math, viral questions, wild discussions, and stuff like that. But see, that's the thing, Seaweaver. Watch that video. Because depending on the brand and type of calculator you use, you will get a different answer. Because there are sort of different perspectives on it, depending how, like, the understanding. And commonly, the engineering and, like, practice perspective on this particular point is that implied multiplication is its own thing and done separately. Anyway, I thought this was really interesting. So anyway, take a look at that video if you like. I thought it was really cool. You know, this reminds me of a sort of stream segment that I sort of always wanted to be a thing, but we never actually ended up, like, it never really came up. I wasn't gonna make it a thing. I was hoping it would just, like, naturally occur, because this is the segment that I kind of always wanted to happen, which is we look at, like, viral meme questions and we think way too goddamn hard about it, because I think that stuff is interesting and very amusing. One of those questions that I always wanted to get the chance to sit down and talk way too complicated about was which weighs more. Hold on, I have to make sure that I use it correctly. A kilogram of feathers or a kilogram of steel? I always wanted to address that question and, like, talk way too complicated about it, because there is an answer, technically. There is an answer, and it is not neither. It's not neither. I do not agree, Seaweaver. I don't believe the answer is technically feather. I am of the opinion that the steel... All right, well, that's it. We've got to get into it now. We've got to get into it. Here we go. Hold on. Now I gotta open up something to start making notes on. We'll get to the trailer, I promise, but now you've stepped on my trap card. And so now we're getting into it. All right, so this all is... Oh Lord, that's a terrible background color. All right. What? All right, you just go out of the way. Okay. Scotch I can't do any accents, man. I wish I could. I love accents and accent humor. It's one of my favorites. Accents just bring me, like, immense amounts of amusement and joy to hear people sound unique and interesting and different, and I am absolutely shit at it. Okay, now, we have our two things. We have 1 kilogram steel. You're gonna be subjected to my shitty writing. 1 kilogram of feathers, right? We have our two things. The question is, which one weighs more. Kilogram, kilogram. So, first and foremost, this question, it needs, now I've got to rebuild my whole discussion that I'd rambled through in my mind at some point. So first and foremost, it's interesting. The immediate assumption is that someone should say that these are equal, right? So these are not technically equal because the question is weight and not mass, right? Okay, so kilograms are technically measures of mass. They are not directly a measure of weight, because weight is a measure of force. And kilograms do not technically measure force. They are kind of accepted now in the metric system as a stand-in for weight, but they are technically not weight. Like kilograms of weight are a special exception that is allowed to sort of mean weight in a sense. But it's not technically true. Kilograms are mass. If we were asked specifically which is more massive, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers, then that would be, in fact, the correct answer of neither. They are equal if they were mass. But they're not asking mass, they ask weight. So now we have to consider what is weight. So weight is the force of gravity times the mass of the object, and there's like distance from there's like R. Technically, it's like R1 minus R2 or something. It's essentially the distance from the center of gravity of the objects. Okay? So we've got constant force of gravity, 9.86 or meters per second squared, mass of the objects, and then the ratio, the radius from the center of gravity. That is what weight is, right? So we have the mass being equal between these two things. We have gravity being equal between the two things. So these are the same. What about this? What about the distance from the center of gravity? Now, when we simplify the consideration of the center of gravity for most physics problems and questions, it usually begins with, imagine a frictionless sphere with center of gravity, blah, and blah. So, like, these are kind of the same when we're oversimplifying the question. But if we pull back some of those assumptions to get a more accurate answer, we start getting a new revelation as to the accuracy of the question. Now, as was stated earlier, this is a question of density. So if we have steel is much more dense than feathers. I'm not going to worry too much about exactly how dense. They have constants of density or whatever. No worries, Kargi. Enjoy your food. So, like, we know that steel is much more dense than feathers. So, what does that tell us? If we want these to be equal, because of this being equal, that would mean that there are scenarios that would make it equal. Say, for instance, both of these were laid out in a single sheet of, you know, their entire mass, just in a single millimeter thick layer. This one would be much wider because it's much lower density than this one. And in that case, they would be equal weight. However, that is not the most likely scenario we would find these. The steel is likely a small steel ball of 1 kilogram. The feathers are likely to be a large pile of feathers. Now, if we draw, our center of gravity, we can suddenly realize this being likely to be mounded up versus this. That means that the center of gravity is higher. And if this center of gravity of feathers is higher than this, that means that we can reliably use the center of gravity as our point to calculate our radius, because that's literally how it works. That's been proven repeatedly. That means that when discussing weight and not mass, it is most likely that 1 kilogram of feathers is in fact infinitesimally lighter than steel. But you wouldn't crush the feathers into a cube. And also, by definition, if you crushed it into the same size cube, it would have identical density. That's how it works. Because you are crushing 1 kilogram of mass into an identical space. Mass is like grams per meters cubed. Like, it would be the same. Yes, I think assuming that the feathers are loose is a fairly realistic assumption, is it not? Hey, no worries, Corgi. I hope you feel better in the morning. So I think answering the question of which is heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers, is technically the case that the feathers are in fact infinitesimally lighter than the steel. Using, some basic assumptions of realistic scenarios. That is not accurate, Seaweaver. You can simply put loose feathers on a larger scale. You could put it on a freaking kitchen scale. You tear it out and then you pile feathers on top. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's my thinking way too hard about feathers versus steel. Go away. We don't need you anymore. Alright, I gotta freaking copy this. Yeah. Pause. I said pause! Back to Finland in World War II. I didn't realize Finland was allied with the Axis. I've never been one to learn too terribly much about World War II. I know it's a very interesting part of history, but I've never been one to sort of pile through history most of the time. Meh. Meh. I'm only slightly in the way.
Watch out. They are coming to fight
Oh, wait. Yeah. Pause. Oh, I guess that makes sense. You know, I kind of forget that, like, the USSR was allied. Back in the day when they were not quite so crazy. Well, they were still pretty crazy. How many pizza boxes can be seen in the trailer? An interesting question. All right, so now entirely changing topics. To be sure, we're gonna watch ourselves the trailer to the Pizza Rogue bunch of letters, PPMPDES. That one, it's there. It's under my arm. I can't get out of the way. I know you were trying to say Prime Minister, but I'm just gonna stick with Prime Monster as the best governmental position. So I'm just gonna stick with that because that's fantastic. Typo humor is the other thing that I think is always funny and everyone should appreciate. It's accents and typos, something that everyone experiences and is always a good time. Alrighty. Let's watch this. I haven't seen it. Well, I've seen some of the things, but not directly the trailer. All right, let's go. Time to ace the test. It's me. Hold on. I should just watch it through, but I'm actually kind of curious if I can match that statement again. Time to ace the test. Yeah. Time to ace the test. Yeah, that's about right. That's like, can I do that again? Probably. Ah, the car resets. I wondered about that, where it would force you if you were on your top. I see you have... I saw the work in progress yesterday with Seaweaver, and he really has done some good stuff for the lighting. I like your musical choice. Oh, Lord. Wait, is that a clothes basket? I think it was. Also another car. Oh, is this, are those broken down cars or those the, like, multiplayer cars? Did you end up getting the multiplayer in? Seaweaver, out of curiosity?
What just happened? Was all of that part of the test? It's over, right? It's done?
Those are co-op people. Nice. Hold on, let me run it through. I like that you have spelled it with the cars. That's amusing. Co-op works. That's awesome. I don't love hearing myself in a game. I'm realizing. I don't. It's like Yeah, and I will definitely be playing that on stream when that comes out. I mean, I gotta. And then we can whinge every time I show up. Hold on, what? I didn't actually. I was too busy paying attention to other stuff. I don't want to hear me again. I just want to check for pizza boxes because I didn't. Where are? No, you don't have to. You should add subtitles, though. It's important for accessibility that you add subtitles. I will say that. Make sure that subtitles are an option. You know, also, it's nice that it's like... It looks better. Okay, they are working. Cool. It looks better than some of the other junky asset flips. I appreciate that it is, you know, like not just straight assets that are just piled together with a clunky jumping, like, mechanism. Despite the fact that sometimes people really love the freaking only up asset flip shenanigans. I stopped paying attention to pizza boxes again. Damn it! Hold on. Pizza boxes. How many pizza boxes are there? I don't see that many pizza boxes. None of them are jumping out to me. Are those houses? Are the landmines pizza boxes? Or are they just landmines? I just keep getting caught looking at the laundry facility over here. I caught this immediately. I was like, that's a laundry basket. And that I think is a washing machine. It's like, hey, freaking, I guess this is a trash can lid, which is also very large. You know what? That's another thing that, like, broadly speaking, only up except you're, like, tiny and climbing everyday objects. That's also a good idea. I like, aesthetically speaking, I like the games that are, like, you are action figure sized in, like, household space. I always think those are aesthetically quite pleasant. Oh, it's a trampoline. Trampoline. Very nice. Very nice. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I'm intrigued. Ah, the Tinyverse area. Well, I will probably like that area. Tiny things are cool. All right, let me get my music going back again. Yeah, so, I mean, thank you, I guess, for, you know, putting out that trailer. Thanks for involving me in the game, and I look forward to that being a thing. That'll be fun. I didn't see any. I might just be blind or distracted. I didn't see, like, everything seemed like not pizza boxes. I kind of expected to see one stuck to the bottom of the car. It flips around so much. And what sort of animations? At the moment, I don't know if there's really a feasible way to send me animations. Oh, great. Yeah. My name, the remarkable selling feature that I'm sure will really pull in the crowds. All 8 of my regulars that, you know. I mean, by all means. You can try to do it, but excellent. You get a Potheap car with this promo code. Fantastic. Well, at the moment, Corgi, I don't think the chat will allow links. I think is where you're going to run into problems. And while I do have a Discord, the Discord has not been opened up. I don't really have a professional Gmail, and I don't generally react to things, I think is also worth noting. Reacting is not typically something that I do. This one is a special case in that Seaweaver is a friend of the channel, and I am voice acting in the game that he's made. But generally speaking, I don't react to anything, actually. I am no React Andy. It's not a type of content that I feel skilled at. Isn't quite the description necessarily I'd use. I'm not very good at reacting, and so it's not something I do. I'm not interesting at reacting to stuff. I don't even think I'm very interesting in reacting to Seaweaver's trailer, because I'm just like, ah, yes, interesting. I have now consumed the content. Yeah, I'm definitely... the thing is I do like watching some people who are quite good at reacting to things. So I don't dislike the content when it's done right. I just don't think I have enough to say about most stuff. Aside from, I don't know, maybe topics on math and physics, apparently. I've got plenty to say on those topics. But, I'm just sort of happy to, like, watch things and, like, consume and then be like, interesting. And the big thing is that I don't, as far as, like, being a channel that reacts to things and then, like, putting those things out, I don't think that's enough to warrant taking someone else's content, right, and then re-uploading it, right? If I'm not, like, meaningfully making changes to the content, like, that's not worth me spending time doing it, because I'm just, like, stealing content. And obviously that's not the case with you, like, asking me to look at some animations, but it does mean that I don't have, like, a React segment to put content into. Right, but that's the thing, is I don't have, like, a here's the React day where I react. I just don't react to stuff. Like, that's not a thing I do, except for extremely rare circumstances, like projects that I'm directly involved in, I guess. I assume so, Seaweaver, especially in the cases that I am involved. I don't feel too bad about that, because at that point I'm just, like, shilling a project that I'm involved in. So, you know. Still not sponsored, though, I guess. To clarify, not sponsored, just friends. Like, just friends. Not sponsored. Didn't get paid for it. I'm just showing it. Helping the homies. All right, where did Unity go? I minimized it, and now it's, like, gone forever. It's back! Not sponsored yet. That is true. Not sponsored yet. Okay. Now, back to what we had set out to do. Man, I have... successfully just yammered through, like, almost 2 hours. Have I ever shot a gun? I have. It's been quite some time since I have. Notably, though, I am getting some guns for Christmas. My dad has... So, some of my extended family, who are older, have been sort of passing away in the last... several years, right? And so they are their collections of guns. They've been, you know, country, like, they've lived in rural America for much of their lives and things. So they hunted, they've got guns, they've collected stuff. And so those have sort of funneled throughout the family of people who remain, don't worry about it, Corgi. It's been a while. It's been several years, and it is a fact of life as we get older. That your extended family members who are your parents' generation, parents' generation, that they will eventually have to pass on. It's something we all gotta go through at some point. But yeah, so those guns have sort of been meandering their way to my dad, who has like a lot of them. And he's like, please take some guns. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. He does have some pretty cool stories about some of the guns, though. One of them that is particularly interesting that he said he was going to give to me was actually my great-grandfather's or potentially great-great-grandfather's shotgun, a very old shotgun that he had apparently been using for turkey shooting competitions. And so he actually had given himself an advantage because, so this is in a time where like wagons were still common. And so if you are unfamiliar with wagons, so the way wagon wheels go onto wagon axles is like they are sort of tapered, and so they just get like wedged the hell on in this like tapered sort of cone opening on the inside of the wagon wheel. And so my great grandfather apparently like modified the shotgun by heating the barrel till it was like red hot, and then cramming it into a wagon wheel. So where it would be, normally a straight cylinder, it actually tapers down at the end to give it a more like a tight shot pattern as it comes out. It keeps it tighter. And so that kept the shot pattern much tighter at like extreme ranges. And he apparently used this gun to win so many turkey shooting competitions that they eventually banned him from coming back because he was just tearing it up. He's just like killing every competition, and then it's just like, no, you're freaking out. Get out of here. You can't come back and compete anymore. And so apparently that storied shotgun is one that will be ending up in my possession. Well, I don't know if that sort of modification is like illegal. I don't really know. I mean, it was against it eventually became against the rules for their competition, but I don't know. None of the guns are like illegal. They're just like, it just is what it's like. They're normal long guns, mostly shotguns and stuff from hunting and what have yous. Also, jumping back to what you said about your grandma, that sucks, Corgi. I am fortunate in that they don't have I don't have any like real shit stirrers in my family. I have some stupid family members in my family that like make some real dumb choices, and I don't really agree with them. But like, they don't actively shit stir. Like they keep that shit on the rocks. My home security is great. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's kind of enviable in that it can be fun to have guns and shoot guns, but it's also kind of not enviable because obviously our lack of gun laws has led to a lot of unfortunate circumstances. So I don't really know if the trade-off is like worthwhile at the end of the day. But it is what we've got. So I guess if it's what we've got, you might as well enjoy going to the shooting range every once in a while and shoot some targets or whatever. But like, the cost is high. I would prefer the cost be not so high. Yeah, that's a good plan, Phantom. Just stick to knives. And I am also sorry to hear that, Corgi. But, like, it sucks. Because that is an increasingly, like, not uncommon thing. Like, there are way too many people who can say, like, yeah, I knew somebody at school. Or, like, I lost somebody. And it's like, that sucks. And it's way too common. And I do not care for that at all. But it is where we're at the moment. All right, let's get to doing something here. That's true. That's true. Knives are very British. So much stabbing. Okay. Let me see. Would this be Y? No, not offset. Or orbital. Nope, not that one. Z? Yeah. I like negative point. Let me see. We need some variance in here, I think. Good old frozen maple syrup. The best weapon, because once it melts, nobody will know anything happened at all. Doesn't this quite feel right? I think this needs to be curves. All right, I'm gonna have to open the editor. All right, come on over here. Let's see here. There we go. Right, 2, 5. Let me see here. Let's adjust the lifespan of this. All right. I would say as a reminder to keep things civil in chat, but you guys seem to be managing yourselves all right. Let's make sure we're not too rude. Some banter is fine and dandy, but let's hopefully not hurt anybody's feelings for real. I think. Oh man, you know what? Speaking of Canadians, all right. Well, those have been here a while and know roughly where I stand politically. Can we? All right. You know, I'm sorry if I'm going to drive folks away, but it is what it is. Better to rip off the Band-Aid early, especially with new folks here. Sorry, everybody. I'm a freaking raging progressive. Can we talk about Canada and the fact that freaking the asshole Donald Trump, like, literally put out a tweet describing them as a goddamn state and the prime minister as a governor? What a bunch of bullshit. What an incredibly, insanely disgusting thing to say. What, like, have you all seen that? That's just that's just embarrassing. Like, what are you, freaking 12, bro? Come on. I don't know too much about Trudeau. I know that it seems like Trudeau kind of sucks lately, but, like, I don't really care how much Trudeau sucks. Like, for a U.S., like, upcoming president to freaking trash talk an entire other country just by calling it a state is just so rude. Like, come on. What's up, Seaweaver? I do not like Trump, by the way. If people are fond of Trump, sorry, we will not agree on that. Hey, dialogue complete. Nice job, Seaweaver, and all others involved. Well, broadly speaking, there has been a pretty significantly problematic shift towards conservative attitudes across the world, honestly. There has been an unfortunate, like, regression of rights and progress taking place. A big part of it being the pandemic happened. So a big part of some of the problems is that in the pandemic occurring, there were a lot of countries that had more progressive governments in place during that time, which obviously they didn't have anything to do with the pandemic. The pandemic was something that happened to the countries, not, due to what the countries had done. However, with the pandemic being such a negative experience for so many people in so many ways, right? Like, people died, people lost jobs, economies were really negatively impacted. All of those things led to a pretty significant degree of backlash voting, so that a lot of people just wanted whoever was in power at the time to get gone. And so, because a lot of places did have progressive places, progressive governments in place, they ended up pushing back to the other way, an unfortunate sort of regression. There were some places that did not go that way, though. Mexico also got a very progressive leader, which is fantastic for Mexico. Really, keeping North America from being an entire shithole. Thanks, Mexico. But like, there are bright spots. There are places where things are on the up and up, but a lot of negative outcomes came out of the pandemic in sort of a pile-on effect, like socially and governmentally speaking. It's most unfortunate, and the U.S. is not free from that situation. That's exciting to hear, Corgi. I will say that I will take your word for it because I don't know anything about Mali. I generally know a lot less international politics because, well, there's like plenty to think about even in just the U.S. where, you know, I generally reside. So, like, I've got enough on my plate just trying to freaking handle that, much less diving into so many other world circumstances. But that's cool to hear. That's all right, Seaweaver. We're likely dipping from that conversation topic regardless. Just a small commentary on what's going on. Up to Whitney, who had asked the question of what am I playing next. I believe the plan is going to be playing Senua's Saga, the 2, whatever the name of the second one is. I don't remember the name of the second one. Senua's Saga something subtitle, blah, 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 blah. But that one's what I'll be picking up on Saturday. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. I want this to be more organized. So I don't want this maybe random. I want it to be loop. Ah, that's looking nicer. I think I want that to move faster. 2. Oh, 2. Hold on, 1, and then we spike the rate over time, maybe? 60. No, that's the same speed. 2, 3, 4, 3, 0.2, 0.3, 0.2. Honestly, I for some reason foster some of the boomeriest streams for no apparent reason. Well, the apparent reason is because I'm old, actually. The reason that we're extra boomery around here is because I am boomer adjacent. Not actually boomer, but, you know, the way the kids use the term, anybody older than them, you know, boomer. Anyway, I'm 38. By internet years, old. I feel like I'm one of the older streamers. Streaming out here is like a young person's game. So we've got a generally older sort tooling around in these parts. Well, honestly, being in tech and staying on the internet helps me, like, I don't know, stay young in a sense. Culturally, it helps me culturally stay young. It's handy. It keeps me feeling spry. You know what else keeps me feeling spry? Not having kids. Yeah. I mean, no offense by this Scroogy. Scroogy? No offense by this Corgi, but screw kids. I ain't having none of them. Ooh, carbonara. That's tasty. Not having kids helps you stay young as you get older. It's fantastic. It's like you're kid adjacent. You're not quite. You're You're on the up and up. Yeah. Yeah, just throw it onto the internet. I'll find it. Okay. This is working out okay. Now, I need to give it some color. Color over lifetime. And I want to give you gradient. Pure green, perhaps? That's approximately what we're working with here, right? Pure green. Hold on, cheesy flesh. What a remarkable statement. I looked up back at what Phantom said. Pizza. I do love a good pizza. I want this. Maybe I need to give it a size over lifetime. Maybe if it starts a little larger. Oh, good God. Actually, I kind of like that. Okay, let's use this for inspiration. Yeah, okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Ooh, chocolate orange. Bigger. Let's make these bigger. Yeah, now I'm feeling it. No, not that direction. Give me the other one. Ah, yeah. Okay. We've got rugby today. How are you gonna rugby when your freaking ACL's all torn up? Oh, hey, Diener. How's it going? Ooh, Diener closing in on the 64. All the way up at 38. Ah, spectating. Yes, that makes sense. Moral support. Fantastic. Excellent. Yes. Oh, speaking of which, you did ask if I did any sports when I was younger. So when I was very young, I had what I would consider a pretty stereotypical, like, suburban childhood, in that I tried, like, all the damn things. And my parents drove my ass to, like, all the things. So when I was really young, I did, I did basketball, I did flag football, I did soccer. I guess more in order, it was like I did soccer when I was really young. I did that like a year, and then I stopped because it was a lot of running around. And then I did basketball for a couple years when I was like in grade school. It's cricket, I'm sure cricket is like a little in the U.S. here and there, but it's not like a major sport. I did basketball, then I did flag football in like just before junior high, and then in junior high I did track and field. I didn't like track and field. I was not very good at track and field. I was quite slow. I never played rugby. The closest I got to rugby was flag football. If the question is more of what about rugby in the US, it's still not a huge sport, but it is more around. Like little sort of leagues of folks do play rugby. I never did. So then I did those. When I went to high school, I did a year of wrestling, which surprised everyone, because nobody expected me to do that. It was fine, but it is a thing I did. And none of those really stuck as sports that I was, like, into. Oh, I also swam. I did swimming, too. Swimming was another one. I never did that, like, really competitively. That was more of, like, a learn to swim and then be able to swim. Was I like the school? Yes. I was pretty skinny kid. I was in a very lightweight class for wrestling when I was in high school. I was like when I first started, I was second to the bottom, which is like the 105-pound weight class. But shortly thereafter, I couldn't maintain a weight under 105. I weighed like 108 pounds. And so I was then wrestling in the 113-pound weight class because I was growing and also putting on more muscle because I was actually like exercising and shit and practicing for wrestling. So like I don't know how tall I was at that time. I am now 5'10 and a half. 5'10, it doesn't matter. The half is irrelevant. I'm 5'10. And so, I mean, at the time, I don't know, maybe I was like 5'7", 5'8". Which is better, orange chicken or lemon chicken? I like orange chicken. It depends what sort of orange chicken or lemon chicken. If we're talking like Panda Express orange chicken, I like that orange chicken. But yeah, so I was very light. On the subject of being light and relatively tall-ish, not like tremendously tall, but relatively tall, that does get me into the sport that I liked the most, that I had actually, I guess, started doing by the time I got to high school. I never did it competitively, but a gym put in an indoor rock climbing wall, and rock climbing is something that I really enjoyed. I really got into that. Always indoors. I never went to like a real outside one where you were like actually using a lead or anything. I was always on the indoor stuff where you get on belay and you climb and stuff. Like, I really enjoyed rock climbing. That's the sport that I liked the most. I haven't done it in a really long time because it's just not as convenient. I was really fortunate that the college I went to also had a pretty tall rock wall in the gym there. So that was something that I did through college, is I would go and do the rock climbing, and that's kind of what kept me in shape. Well, aside from the fact that that was while I was in Chicago, so I was like bicycling all the time as my main form of transportation. So like that kept me in shape. Have I ever had goose liver? I have had goose. I don't think that I've ever had goose liver. Hey, that's no worries, Corgi. If you simply at some point stop commenting, I'll assume you have fallen asleep. And good, for you need your rest to heal your ACL. Oh yeah, of course, Phantom. You've had your hands on a lot of different organ meat, if I recall. I should just give a yell. Hi! What are you doing? Alright, I'm actually I'm feeling pretty good about this. I like the way this is looking. This is... I want this to be fast. I don't like being able to see it sort of rotating around, but maybe it's... Can I get this fast enough that it's sort of imperceptible? That's a little bit better. What about like 10.1? Ah. Oh, now we're talking. Okay, hold on. Whoa, hold on. How did we end up here? This is totally different. This is so weird. The way the speed interacts with stuff is bizarro. Like the significant changes to the pattern is bizarre. All right, hold on. Let's just go ahead and play this so we can see it without selecting and having the borders all over the place. Man, I can't wait till next year when I get the opportunity to upgrade this PC. It's gonna freaking cost me so much money. God, I hope the tariffs don't happen like they are expected to. I don't want to have to pay that much. I don't want to have to pay that much for my computer parts. All right, let's take a look at this. How we looking? How we looking? Yeah, go get rest, Corgi. Thanks for popping in fresh. Thanks for chatting. Always love to meet new folks. So have a pleasant night, and I hope that you're not in too much pain. All right. I like that. I wonder if I should simply... I wonder if I just duplicated the system and just doubled what was happening there. If that would help sort of tighten up the space that's being covered there. Let's try that. So if we have our particle system, which I should probably name something better. Ring system 1. I know, very catchy title. I know. So if we duplicate this, and then I guess set that as a child. What would happen if... So then... I don't know if that's actually turned on yet. Restart. Any character can use any weapon? Yes. Yes. That does include Rattling Scepter. You know, on the note of, you know, any character using any stuff, I saw, like, I didn't look into it because I don't like looking at other, like, suggested builds or stuff because, like, the entire fun of that game is, like, trying stuff out and making things happen. But, like, I was sort of shocked to see just a quick throw of like the character stats of somebody on Twitter that had taken a freaking witch hunter, which is a mercenary ascendancy. So, oh boy, anybody that doesn't know Path of Exile and the way the systems work. So like, there's a giant passive skill tree that everybody appears on, and the only difference is that depending on the class you choose, you start in a different position on this giant thing, all sort of located around the middle at 6 different points. So mercenaries are at the bottom, and I saw this wild character that was a mercenary witch hunter. So they started at the middle bottom, but had trekked all the way around to pick up mind over matter and freaking chaos inoculation. It had like 11,000 energy shield, 1 hit point, and was like, why? Like, it does sound really funny, but like, why? I was truly baffled as to that choice. I don't know what weapons they were using, but like, just freaking traveled all the way around. I think they might have said they were using like a staff. It's like, okay, I'm not really sure what like being a witch hunter brings to the table on that situation. I mean, there's a pretty handy, like, it gives you culling strike on every ability, which is kind of nice. Like, my mercenary is a witch hunter. I've got culling strike for everything. There's also, like, you can get some elemental ward, but that requires you to have armor and energy shield, or armor and evasion, so it doesn't make sense to use that. It was very strange. I was like, okay, cool. You go wild, man. Go wild. Why does this not seem to make any damn difference? Well, whatever. It's possible. It certainly was interesting. I didn't look into it because I don't like looking into builds. Like, that's not my jam, especially this early on in the game. I have actually still never looked up a Path of Exile 1 build because, like, that's just not what I want to do. And so, like, I've been playing that for like a decade and I never have looked up a build. That was the visible number on the character sheet, the character page. So I have no idea what modifiers went into that, what, like, how many energy shield, nodes were taken or anything like that. It was also at, like, level 96, I think. So, like they're I don't know, they're crazy. Level 96 has a lot of gear and skill points to work with. Okay, so another thing that I want to do to this guy. Whoops, come back. That's not the window I need. Get out of here. Let's mix it up. That's not the window I need. Ah! Be gone. Where did you go? Where did the editor go? Hello? Hello? Oh, it's here. I found it. Whip. Oh, I see what you're saying, Seaweaver. Gotcha. Yeah. Not like enhanced with the Grim Feast or anything. It's just like the actual value that they were working with. So this orbital speed, I think I want to be between two curves as well. You go away, and then here. Yeah, crazy. I don't know what the hell he was doing. It was pretty wacky. Oh, wait. Actually, this should be negative. We want that to be negative. And then this guy goes down here. And here. Class would you recommend for good sword play abilities? So, well, whenever swords actually happen, obviously. So swords technically are a strength dexterity weapon. So, I think if it's purely like working with swords, actually, I think the gladiator class would be quote unquote most suited, or like the most obvious choice, you could say. The gladiator, the class that's not in the game just yet. So the gladiator would be the strength dex variant from the mercenary. So mercenary's kind of crossbow focused, and then the gladiator would be a little bit more melee focused, which would be the natural fit. There is some interesting things that can be done with the mercenary, though. The mercenary might be really well suited to what you're kind of looking to do, Seaweaver. Thinking about it, because there's two things about the mercenary that make it particularly interesting for like very versatile builds. Because the two ascendancy paths that are in right now for mercenary are the witch hunter and the gemling legionnaire. So with the witch hunter, there are some useful abilities like the culling and whatever, but also there's a pair of the points that give you an additional, between the two of them, 24 weapon set passive points, right? So the ones that you can split for different weapon types, it gives you an additional 24. And my understanding is that by the end of the campaign, you have 24 from the side quests in the normal campaign, which would give you 48 points to split between weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. So that's a pretty strong choice if you are trying to do two very different weapon kits, because you can have weapon set 1 doing something very different from weapon set 2 and have enough passive points to support doing very different things with very different passive builds. So like that's one thing that the witch hunter allows the mercenary to do in a very versatile way. The other one, the gemling legionnaire, also gives you a very interesting benefit for versatility, because the gemling legionnaire has an ascendancy perk that allows your highest attribute to meet any gem requirement. So, which means that like if strength is your highest stat on a gemling legionnaire, that number will meet the requirement for any colored gem. Could be an int gem, dex gem, or or strength gem, your highest stat is the only stat it looks at for meeting the required number, which means that you can focus a little bit more in a stat and then just not have to, like, pick up a bunch of weird off stats to make sure you're able to sort of level up abilities. So that's another thing that the Gemling Legionnaire gives you some pretty strong versatility in. I don't know if, like, that will be a major concern towards the end of the game. Like, maybe you just have enough stat points and everything that it's just, like, not a big deal. I don't know. But there are a couple things about the Mercenary that make it particularly versatile. And so, like, could work. The more natural melee one would be the Gladiator, but we haven't seen the Gladiator, so I don't know what that one's working with exactly. But I think I want this still to be a little lower. See if you can finagle a Lich style build. I would imagine you can. Because I mean, if other witch hunters have enough points to get their ass all the way up to Chaos Inoculation and Mind Over Matter, I can't help but think that you would have enough points to mosey your way to some freaking minion stuff. Like, I certainly seems potentially likely. Oh, another thing that would be helpful out of the Gemling Legionnaire is the Gemling Legionnaire gives you the opportunity to have 3 additional skill slots that the other classes don't get. So instead of the, 10 that you normally get, you'd have, like, 13. So that gives you another avenue towards, like, more versatility. You're not giving up all of these skills in this area. It would let you have a few more in, this spot and that spot to fill the gaps. I just increase the lifetime of these a little bit. I do think the life is good. Thank you, Priestess. There's something about the ring that I'm trying to accomplish, and I'm not sure quite what it is. Like, I want more of something about it, but I can't quite put my finger on what I'm trying to do. Like, there's a certain sense of like fullness or like consistency to it that is not quite being accomplished like I want. I can't put my finger on it. Like, is bigger starting particles the trick? Do I just need to fill the space a little bit better? I think that makes sense, Seaweaver. See where you end up, like where you can land. Can I make these, like, rotate faster? Oh, Lord. That straight up makes a mess. Okay, now we're entering chaos territory. All right, I see how it is. Excuse me, where is... Hello? Where have you gone? Sir? Oh, now you're really unhappy. Here, take a break. Stop for a second. I do want to pre-warm this. Pre-warm. It's absolute chaos. I do kind of like the monochrome snow, though. I mean, the snow's always monochrome, but the whole thing. See, so we're at 720 particles, which isn't too bad. Let's see, what if... Oops. Ow. I had to go check and make sure everything was set up for the throwing to work, and in the process got bonked. Okay, so what if we introduced an additional key to sort of accelerate this bit, so we get here a little faster. Yeah, I gotta get the hat. I'll be curious to see the pace at which they add, like, the missing what's-its, you know, cosmetics. Words are hard when I'm focusing. It's really unfortunate. Every once in a while, I have to prove that I can, in fact, talk good by talking about things like PEMDAS and freaking physics, so that it's not always just me fumbling around words while I'm... hold on, let me see. I don't remember if I cleared out all of the stuff in the hat drawer. I think I cleared maybe some of the things in the hat drawer, but not all of the things. Not something like this. Ha! This one's still here. Let's see, these aren't as interesting. I can get rid of those hats. Those aren't as good. My ever-so-stylish hat. The Seaweaver hat. It even has words on the side, not that you can read it when it's all pixelated. Actually, I'm not normally at this angle. I guess the words are maybe on the other side? I mean, it's close. It's an approximate hat. I'm doing the best I can. With free assets for, you know, various uses. Well, tricorns were what was available for free. So it's a pirate hat. It's a proxa hat. Yeah, that's right. It's an aproxa hat. It's about the vibes, Seaweaver. I mean, fair. It's all right. Well, and that's the other thing, though. A proper hat would have gone against the spirit of things. Because remember, this was specifically cheap-ass costume month. Like, that was how I presented it. This was cheap-ass costume month. Low effort was the name of the game. We were trying to be approximately right. We get the vibe, and that's golden. Okay, this I think I'm a little happier with. A little bit more size, a little bit more variance in motion. Well, making hats would require me to not suck ass at Blender, Phantom. And you see, the problem is, I do suck ass at Blender. That's the problem we're gonna run just straight into. That requires skills, and I don't have any of those in Blender. I got plenty of skills for other things. I'm not a pure self-deprecating sort of person. I'm great. I'm just not great at Blender. God, so there's like a certain, yeah, see, you have better things to use your time on. There's like a certain threshold. What the hell is a threshold? Threshold of like competence at things that I'm like comfortable streaming. Like, I feel like I would just end up being irritated or frustrated about like not getting things to work correctly in Blender if I were actually streaming like doing Blender. I did stream making Whitney's bit, so I mean, there was that. I feel like that was clumsy as hell, but you know. Wait, actually, Threshold is a pretty good band name. I'm actually for that. Okay, so that feels pretty good. I'm kind of hoping that the bloom will help sort of fill those out even more. It'd kind of be nice to put in some kind of a twinkling. I'm not quite sure how to pull that off. And also, I've almost been here 3 hours already, somehow, yakking about random-ass stuff. Let me stretch this a little bit further this way, I think. They shrink down, at least. They don't need to fade too fast. bit. Yeah. That's pretty good. Let me see if I can introduce... So I'm sort of looking at this, right? And there's these dark bands. I mean, that is the way rings work. We've all seen that. Yeah. And I'm wondering if I can do something sort of like that with the colors. So I'm gonna do this. Just fold like down here. Also fold down here. Interesting. That's sort of accidentally introduced some of the twinkling I wanted. It's true. I would need a significant bribe. Maybe even it might have gotten bigger at this point. Because I don't know if you had been around when I mentioned this, but I did actually try to record singing. Well, I didn't try. I have a recording of singing, but I'm so distraught by how not good it was, that it is going nowhere. Because I tried singing the song from the In Sound Mind, the Into the Dark. Hold on, let me just play that so that we can all be refreshed. Also, it's a good-ass song. So, into the pit, into the dark, into the deep, into the... Hold on. In, sound, mind, into the... Darkness? Darkness? Into the pit? Into the pit? Bottom of the pit. That's the name. Bottom of the pit. This one. Remember? Because when I heard it, I was like, oh, I think that's my range. And I was like, it is pretty much in my range. But also, I do not actually have a stable enough voice. I am not well enough practiced at singing for it to not sound real bad. Also, this is a little loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. If what you say is true, I am flawed but fixable. Man, I practiced through this so many times. I definitely still freaking know all the words. Although I'd rather be dead on your couch, in my bed, in my head, there's a light, but it's red. Yeah, but I tried. I did try. It was not sufficiently good. Wow, you've been singing for 11 years. I get. Do you sing in like an actual like a metal context? I know you're in like the metal club. Do you actually sing? Do you have a little band that you sing with? I say little. I don't mean that to be derogative, but like, do you have a band? This is from the game with the cat. Yes, in Sound Mind. I was commenting that I did record myself singing this song, but it was not good enough, and so it will never see the light of day. I think I still have the recording, but I'm definitely not putting it anywhere. No band. Do guttural. I've always kind of wished I could do guttural, but I don't think it's in my vocal cords. And that's okay. Where did that end up, I wonder? I'd say I'm having a damn good night in my bed, in my head. There's a light, but it's red, and I wonder to what it's been. This is such a catchy song, though. It really does make me want to sing, though. Like, it really, I don't know. It's just, like, right on that mark. One of the only other bands that do that for me is Breaking Benjamin, because they have a lot of songs that are, like, right on target for my range as, like, freaking 11-year classic. Well, goddamn, Priestess. I sang in choir in, like, grade school and junior high. Like, I did do that. That's the thing, is, like, I'm not musically incompetent. I am musically literate, but I am not musically exemplary. It's like, I have strong rhythm, strong beat, like, I can track melodies. I know, like, a lot of music I can actually whistle first time I hear it because of the patterns in music. Like, I know where it's likely to go, and I just naturally do that because I sang. I played saxophone for several years. I played piano for a little while when I was really young. So, like, I'm not, like, I'm not musically illiterate, but I am certainly not musically skilled enough to put that shit on the internet. I tried to record that. I did record that and, like, listened back, and I was like, I have a newfound respect for people like VTubers, streamers, and whatever, like, slapping their music onto the internet. Like, I have a tremendously increased respect for them. I used to be able to read music, but I tried to pick up piano again, and it had been years and years, and it was a struggle to read it again. I had definitely let that particular muscle atrophy over time. Nice. You can hey, that's all you need, Phantom. That's all you need. You know what? Maybe it's good. I was still kind of digging around to see if I could find those files because I don't know where I put them. Maybe it's good that I can't find them. I don't, maybe I don't ever need to find those files ever again. You know what? I realized something. Okay, so let's add this to new. What did I have for dinner? What did I have? Eggs. I had a very boring dinner. This was very much I'm hungry, let's slap some shit together. Because I had I had eggs, green beans. And that was it. I made myself 3 eggs. I had some chicken, like, fajita meat earlier. I ate weird today, all right? It's one of those days. I don't have any music. Music, save me. There we go. I feel that, Phantom. Yep. Oh, broccoli cheese soup. That sounds nice. So does a chicken chipotle sandwich. Both those things sound nice. Okay. Now, as I was saying, I want to duplicate this. I'll put this under here. And we did do this earlier, and I wasn't keen on it, but we're gonna redo it because we're gonna reduce this to 30. We're gonna reduce this to 30. The problem is that I believe these are emitting at the exact same place. I need you to not do that. I don't understand why. Stop. Yeah. Oh, that's why I don't see them. Why the hell are you like that? What is this nonsense? Hello? Put that shit back here. Would, like, new car money be enough? Yes. Yes. New car money would probably get me to sing. I think that one we could go with. Don't worry, I found my freaking file. It still exists. It's not gonna go anywhere. Like, yeah, if I could go buy a new car, honestly, I can't think of a more appropriate number. If you get to the point where it's like, yeah, I had to put a song on the internet, but I am not going to play it. I am absolutely not doing that. Holy shit. Especially not with freaking me here. Like, at most, like, maybe I would, under, like, certain sufficient motivation, maybe I would, like, send it to Priestess to critique. But, like, no. I ain't playing that. Especially, I'm not gonna play that while I'm here. If, like, if it were gonna happen, I would, like, I would put it somewhere and I would disappear into the void for, like, days so that nobody talks to me about it. Because despite my bizarre appearance on the internet, I don't actually like being, like, I don't know, the center of attention for things that I'm not confident in. Like, and singing I'm not confident in. Like, I hear it and I'm like, this is not sufficient. This is not satisfactory. And I do not want other people to freaking be hearing that. Despite the fact that I doubt any of you would be mean about it. Like, I don't think any of you would be problematic. I would just, like, I would collapse in on myself like a black hole. Can I? Whoops. Oh, God! Why are you like this? No, delete that. Can I select multiples of these? Ooh, nope. No, I cannot. Sir, you have disappeared. Why have you done this? Excuse me? You can't just disappear. I was doing something. Hello? Ah, yes! Now look. Look as it twinkles. Yes. What a hacky way to get it to twinkle, but it freaking does it. It's actually kind of easier to do it with size. You just like shrink them down real quick and be like boop, boop, boop. But we'll just use the colors a little bit. We're not trying too hard here. I think this one, though, I actually want to pull a little bit closer to the center. Yank this over here. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe I should have made this a donut. Nah, it's fine. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. I saw Whitney comment above. Happiness with the bit as well at some point. So that's good. Let me see here. I think we need another container. Actually, create empty ring container. Oh, actually, in here. And then we need the ring system to go in here. Hey, see, you have a good night. Honestly, I will likely be wrapping up relatively soon here as well, but thanks for hanging out. You have a good evening. Yeah, Thursday. Okay, now let us see here. So we have the bit completed, but we do need to see. Has this been updated? What's my last number that I used? Let me see here. Assets. Model assets. RMs. What's the last number? 7011? 7012. Okay, so this is in fact the appropriate number. Export to streaming assets. Model assets. VRMs. Save that. Welcome back, Whitney. I'm trying to finalize your bit as we speak. We're gonna toss that bad boy over into Vignon and do the fiddling that's required there. Your bit is a special case, and that it is animated via Vignon rather than being strictly a prop. Did I have difficult professors in college? So this is probably going to make several of you annoyed, but kind of no. I was very good at college. I was well suited to college. I had a couple challenging circumstances, but not any professors that were particularly problematic or you know, like disgruntled. So I had a couple circumstances that I didn't love, in that I had one of my earliest computer architecture course. We were going in there to start. They were introducing the what is it called? Hardware description language, an HDL, so that you could sort of simulate computer hardware, chips, and things without actually having to build a chip. You set up this HDL, and it's sort of like a pseudocode or code, and it allows you to lay out a logic design via code. And so in that course, there were like two extremely distinct things happening. There was the in-course stuff where we talked about computer architecture, how things are laid out, oh god, all the terminology, it has escaped me. The flow through the, you know, like the CPU. Oh god, I'm so annoyed at myself that I can't remember any of these terminologies. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We learned stuff in lecture, and then we had labs, and the labs were taught like learning the HDL, which was a topic that never came up in class. Like, we were doing labs, and we were taking lecture courses for the same class, but like never the two shall meet. Like, they just never intersected in a meaningful way. And it really got to me with some of the first labs where they were trying to introduce this HDL to us, because like we didn't have any lectures about the HDL, how to use it, what it meant, like all of this stuff. Literally the first lab had like an example like piece of the HDL, and the instructions for the lab was like read and understand. It was like, here's an example, read and understand it. And I was like, what? Like, I did not like that course labs. I liked the lectures part. I did not like the labs for that class. That was a real pain in my ass. Which I understand is not directly answering your question, because I don't think I really have a good way to answer your question, because I didn't have too much trouble with professors. Professors liked me because I was fully engaged. Like, I liked what I was doing in college, so like I would sit in the front of classes. I would pay attention. I would be taking notes, because like I was into what I was doing, and so teachers tended to like me. I had one of my professors actually who like desperately tried to convince me to go on to take a master's degree in his department, because he was like, I mean, he was not wrong in that he was saying, if you like leave with an undergraduate degree and you don't continue going, it's unlikely you're going to come back for your graduate degree. He is like, you should keep going on so that you can get your master's and, like, maybe even PhD, but, like, if you go now, like, you're probably not gonna, like, come back for it. And I was like, maybe, but, like, I'm already married. Like, I gotta get a job, my dude. Like, I gotta go. So, but he really I did really like his course, though. Studying for Chem Lab for days. It was one question. I can understand that being frustrating. See, I had a lot more frustrations, actually, with the other students. Because actually, in the same class with the professor that tried to convince me to keep studying, one that was a very small class. It was a high-level computer engineering course. It was microchip manufacturing, so it was about, like, the actual, like, silicon doping, the processes that go into making a wafer, all of this stuff. It was like that level of stuff, and there were like 12 people in that class. Like, half of them were graduate students, and not undergraduates. Man, some of the students in that class were really stupid, and I was like, are you kidding me? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you are out of your depth. Because I remember one class where, like, it was like a test, like an important exam in engineering, like a junior level plus. I think it was junior level. I think it was a 300 level course. Like, engineering class. We have an exam. We're sitting down to an exam. One of the students did not bring a calculator, and she's like, hey, Professor, can I borrow a calculator? It's like, can you borrow a calculator? This is really important. Like, what? I think the professor did lend them a calculator, but, like, what are you doing? I also remember possibly that same student. Maybe that student was the stupid one. Yeah, freshman level shit. That I remember overhearing. So this guy did tests in a way that I really liked. There were two sections to his tests. There were sort of like multiple choice, true and false question section. And then there were like the long answer questions where you're doing calculations and stuff. There were those two pieces. And I really liked the way he did these tests because each section had more questions than you needed to answer. He gave you, like, maybe 15 short questions and, like, six long form, but you only needed to answer, like, 10 and 3. So, like, you could pick out the ones that you're like, oh, I'm more confident in this. Like, I got it. Okay, those I can't quite get. This one I understand, which I appreciated. I thought that was a really cool way to do tests. The other students were still shit at the tests anyway. But I remember overhearing another one of the students, like, going through a test, like, struggling and talking out a little bit with the professor. I don't remember why she called him over. I think it was her. Why she called him over, why the professor went over there to talk, and, like, maybe he saw she was struggling. So, like, she's like, he was helping a little bit in the test, trying to, like, walk her through. One of them was, like, okay, I'm piecing it, I remember why. Okay, so, like, one of them was talking about a wafer, one of them was talking about something else. It doesn't matter. And, like, he's talking about, like, the choices she's making in which questions to answer in this long form. And, like, she's like, oh, I'm going to do this one because the formula is provided. So, like, she thought it was going to be easier. She's like, I think I'm going to do this one because the formula is provided. And, like, instead of this other one where the formula wasn't provided. And, like, I remember the formula that was provided was, like, how to calculate the area of a circle, because it was talking about a circular wafer. that was not the important formula. The question she was doing, because the formula was provided, I remember thinking was definitely one of the harder questions on the test. I did it because I'm a baller, but like, I couldn't help but laugh at her being like, oh, this one, the formula is provided, so I was going to do this one. I was like, yeah, the formula for a circle, you still have to figure out the rest of the shit. And like, that's... Okay. Good luck. I really did enjoy that class, and quite frankly, if I had been inclined to continue schooling for like a graduate degree, like I had infinite money to just keep going to school and not like need to go get a job, I might have continued down that track with that professor, because I really did enjoy, like, and honestly, if I did, I'd probably be like working at Intel at a freaking silicon fab in Arizona, because apparently that's where all the freaking silicon fabs are. So like, maybe, but I didn't, because I was good at that class. I destroyed the curve on those tests. Like I'm talking, the average of the 12 students was like 52, and I'm over here with a 96 and stuff. Like, it was funny. Okay, it was funny. I remember this was a good professor. I really liked this professor because this professor freaking like cared. This professor cared about the people in his class and like really was looking for the success of them, because in college I still had the attitude of like, you know, minimal effort. We're not going to try too hard. So like, I started by destroying that class for like the first 2 exams. I think there were 5 total exams, but like the first one I was like at 96. The next one was like 88. And then the third, it was like 80. Because I was like, I do not have to work so hard in this class when the other dumbasses cannot pull higher than a 50. And so like, I remember him like calling me over after class and being like, you know, what's the deal with your grade slipping? And I was like, sorry, I'm not trying very hard. I was like, you should try harder. It's like, fine, I will try harder for the last 2 tests. Fine. And so I did try harder again. But I just like, man, I started like phoning it in on some of those middle tests, and he caught me. He caught that shit. Good for him. He was a really good professor. I don't remember his name, but he was a good professor. I just thought that was so funny. Caught my ass being lazy. It's like, all right, you got me. You got me. Nice job, Priestess. I will say, there is something extremely satisfying about absolutely destroying classes. I love that about university. Like, I liked college. I was good at college. I liked having a lot less responsibility. I liked learning, like being in an environment to learn. I liked being on campus. And I liked just destroying classes and hearing that the average was just like not even close. I loved doing that. I love feeling smarter than the other students. That was so satisfying. I didn't rub it in their faces, though for some reason, I don't know how this happened. It happened in both of the colleges that I went to. In the classes that I cared about and did well in, I wasn't like actively talking to a lot of the other students, especially at my second university, because like I didn't live on campus at that time, so like I wasn't like. But somehow they always find out that I had my shit together on these classes, and so they'd be like, "Oh hey, how'd you do?" And so like, be like Calculus 1. I remember this distinctly happening. Like I don't know how people got wind that I was good at the calc, but they'd like. You're like, oh, how'd you do? And like, you know, the average for this test was like a 67. I was like, oh yeah, I got a 93. They're like, what? I had a couple exams in Calc 1 that I had 100 on. And honestly, Calc 1 was one of my proudest classes that I just, like, smashed simply because of what I had been doing prior to that for schooling. I hadn't taken a math class in, like, 4 years because I graduated a year early from high school. So I never took calculus in high school. Graduated a year early, and then I immediately went to a community college where I was taking gen eds. I wasn't taking math. And then I went to a business administration degree for 2 years. 2 years. So I had like 3 years there. Maybe it was just 3 years. And like, obviously didn't have any meaningful math there. It was 3 years. Did I have all 4 years? I think I did. I think I did 3 years yes, I did. It was 1 year and then 3 years. Not meaningful math. I did a statistics course. Statistics is baby math. It's not meaningful math. And I freaking rolled into calculus at like on a 4-year hiatus from math and just like smashed that shit. And I was like, oh, that feels good. I'm sorry for those struggling in math. I do not do this to mock your hardships. I know calculus is hard, but I absolutely like wrecked it, and that felt great. Now I can't do any calculus. Now it's gone. So, like, however poorly you may have done in math, oh God, don't look at me. I can't do calc anymore. Not even a little bit. Like, it is gone. That shit is like 12 years, 13, 14 years since I did any, like, hard math. No, it's gone. That shit's gone. Gone forever. All right, whip. It's duplicate time. Let me just lurk that right on over. Ooh, a mirror image. Neat. As we load a new avatar. Let me just shoot that. Model assets. VRM is 7012. Open her up. Blammo. Have I updated? Am I updated? Now I'm updated. Here, you go away. You're still in my way. Okay. Now, actually, let's zoom in a little bit. That's, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Now we have community bits. We have Whitney bit. Whitney bit? Whitney bit. Hello? Did I do that wrong? Hold on, let me check. To the node graphs. Where is my bits? Oop, there it is. Community bits. Whitbit. Whitbit. And we game object. I make a mistake. Let's just redo this, because I don't really want to have to change all of this stuff. Boop. That's where that level is. And we export this again. Back out to the same one. Off you go. You know what? While that exports, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be back in but a moment. Okay. I return. Oh, I still gotta put my hands back on. Whatcha? Whatcha? The hands are back. Load. Load it again. Ha! Wait, private bits. Okay, community bits. And Whitney bit. Hey! It's back. Okay, now. Here's the thing. We gotta do something about this here spanning. Let's see, where am I dealing with the spinning? Okay, so here we go. So we're gonna duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. So now we're gonna do ring container. Ring container. I'm gonna do a little bit of experimenting here. So let's see what direction we gotta do this in. My assumption is that I simply need to reverse this. Okay, so I used weights on this, so we're gonna go ahead and hide that for a hot second. Put it here. And then we put it here. And then here. Okay, let's see if that does the thing that I expect it to do. Moment of truth. It does. Question, of course, is if that's what I want it to do. So let's go over here to the normal place. Okay. I think I actually want this to do something a little different. Okay, wait a bit off again. I think I still want this to rotate. Okay, I'll have to use a different mechanism if I want this to also rotate. Well, thank you, Whitney. Because what I want to accomplish, I want the ring to rotate as well so that you can get a better picture of the angle it's sitting at. But I want it to do it much slower than the other rotation. So like one's rotating and then the other is rotating in the opposite direction at a much slower rate. But I think I'm going to have to do that differently. I think I'm just going to have to do that the old-fashioned way with another timer. Okay, I gotta do a freaking another parameter filter? right? Because okay, so we bring in the WebSocket command. We immediately set whitbit to active. No, we parameterize. We filter. We don't set it. We filter. When it first comes in, it's less than. So we make whitbit visible, and we set whitbit active. So this is where we would want. Okay, so we've got wit rotate clock. Wit rotate clock comes in directly here. And we start another timer for wit rotate clock, which comes right back around to this one. So I guess we really just need to do another one here, which is going to have to be the wit ring clock. I don't think there's any way around it. If I want it to rotate at a different pace, we just are gonna have to give it a separate clock. Boop. Okay, so then we've got wit ring clock. Duplicate. Okay, so you're not even connected there either. Okay, so then we want the same sort of mechanism here. So when ring clock goes off, I added an extra I. Then we parameter filter the exact same way. Goes in. Sets the clock again. We duplicate our wait. This one we want 6,000 milliseconds. That would still be 6. 6. And that's going to make this 18,000 milliseconds. So this would go into this. This goes into this. This goes into this. This goes into this. This goes into this. Then the smooth time gets set to the same. Whitbit clock, whitbit active. Okay. And voila. Nope, I'm an idiot. I'm only slightly an idiot. Because what I actually need to do is make this faster, right? Yes. Yes, I went the wrong way. Oh, wait, wait. Hi, Whitney. Go away for a second. This will put an offset ever so slightly. And then, huh? Yes. So now it's rotating the opposite direction ever so... Why? Hey, why are you doing that? Why you stutter there for a second? Hello? Why the stutter steps? What are you doing? I don't need you to be stutter stepping. Why is it doing that? Seriously, why is it doing that? I actually want it to go even slower. Merp. I don't understand why it's doing that. Bro, why are you like that? Hello? Hey, Stella. How's it going? Speak of the devil. I mentioned you earlier. I complained about how you don't stream enough. Or really anymore. Well, it wasn't really complaining. It was putting you in context. Mostly because I was talking about you being from Australia. Because I was talking about Australia. Because I had an Australian in chat that I didn't know was from Australia. So I was also talking about visiting Australia. And I was referencing you. And I was like, oh, my streamer friend who doesn't stream anymore. Blah, 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 blah. You know, all that shit. You know how it goes. Why does this stutter step? I am a malcontent at the moment. Okay. We might have to adjust so that we can avoid that happening. It's true. You are relegated to the streamer who doesn't stream currently, Box. That is merely one of your labels, though, because you are still very close friend. That is also a label that you still have, so that's okay. I'm also kind of off screen. I'm looming, I'm looming ominously in from the side of the screen. Hello. You are relegated to the box. Get in the box. Okay, so this should be fine. We're gonna have to yank this all the way out of Whitbit, I think, to keep this. And this should still be working, correct? Yes, it does still work. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna have to remove that out of the Whitbit technically itself. Giant air quotes. Though it is still within the container because I need this to rotate independently, because by it being under Whitbit, it was trying to rotate it in one direction and we were having to counter rotate it, but counter rotating it was giving it weird stutters and shit. So we don't want that. We don't want any of that. And so we're just gonna pull it outside of that so that we can hopefully avoid any of that nonsense. Export. Back you go. Ha! Hua! I'm still very pleased with the way my hand changes worked. It is about Oreos. Oreos for all. You know, speaking of good tracks from Monster Cat, I don't know if you keep up with like the new stuff coming out of Monster Cat. I certainly do, because I like to use new stuff for my stream intros and outros and things. Although I haven't changed my outro. I would kind of like to. I need to find something to put there. There's a really... Hey, Seaweaver. I'm still going, all right? I'm wrapping things up. There's a really good new one that I've been using for my intro. Called... What is that one called? In the Echo. It's very good. I'll jump to it after this song's done, because I think you'd probably like it, because I like it. It's a great song. So I'll play it. Since you're never up and around for my stream intros, you probably haven't heard it. Unless you've gone back and watched a VOD. Perhaps you have. It's true. I was largely distracted at all times. I also had to I had to give both a math and a physics lecture through this chatting stream. So shit takes a long time when you're giving whole ass lectures, all right? You have watched about it. All right then. Good. I'm still going to play it though. Regardless, I'm still going to jump to it. All right, let me just load the avatar. Oh no. Wait for that real quick. Well, good. I'm glad you can watch some VODs. Oh no, Whitbit. It's all confused now. Can you hi? Oh lordy. Oh. Right. I have made an error. Hide. Whoopsies. That's probably the most common mistake I make in exporting the model. Is I was working on something that I planned to have hidden at the beginning, and I forget to hide it before I export. It's very annoying. I do it all the time. And I gotta fix it. Well, while that's exporting, I can come in here and do the other thing I gotta do, which is nope, that's Priestess. Whenever whip it, I now also have to do the same for ring container. Yeah, ring container. And then ring let me just copy this. Copy and paste. This one here. This one here. Okay. That should do it. Well, so I am gonna play Path of Exile 2 on Thursday with Seaweaver. We're gonna chat about it then. But I played like 18 hours with Kappa on stream the first couple days that it was live. And the thing about Path of Exile is that it's not a very good stream game for me. Other people can do great with streaming that game, but it's not that great a stream game for me because, yes, 18 hours. Over 2 days. The first day was 7 hours, and then the next day was 11 hours. So, when I'm playing, there's not a whole lot new for me to react to in the game, which is why I played those first 18 hours, because all of that time is me and Kappa talking about the new things, how it changed, how it compares to the first one, things that we're interested in, things that we're excited about, things that, we see the difference and appreciate the change, right? Things like that are easy conversation points when it's fresh. But, once you make it so far, or you're coming through with another character, right, after you've played it, there's not that much to say, right? And I think I could stream it if I get a sufficiently consistent sort of audience that, we have enough to sort of treat it as a just chatting with background content. But a lot of times I just don't have enough folks to maintain a just chatting with background stuff. So it's not something that I usually try to actively stream I didn't stream the Path of Exile 1 for kind of the same reason, because, like, it's old hat to me. I don't have a lot to say about it. Not that I don't love it, because I sure do love it. It's just not a very good stream game for me. I can't yap at random for hours on end. I need things that, like, trigger me to talk about stuff. Go away. Okie doke. Also, yes. Well, yeah, like, some reason to sort of, like, converse and cover topics. And that's one of the reasons that I am going to be playing with Seaweaver on it, because Seaweaver never got into Path of Exile 1. So I think there's a pretty good wealth of content to talk about there, in comparison of, like, oh, I played this game for a long-ass time, versus someone who just got into Path of Exile 2, and, like, what are the things that you notice about it, like, in comparison to the things that I notice about it coming from the old game. Exactly. So, like, that is a you know, wealth of conversation topics to be had there. All right, let's hide Winnie a bit for a second there, and then we're gonna... Now we want this to be high. I do have VODs with Stella. They're relatively old at this point, but they do still exist. I would say one of my favorites that I think was just a really fun playthrough with some incredible moments was when we played wait, did I? Was it older than when I was keeping VODs? Surely I have them. Hold on, let me... All right, now you've got me second guessing myself. Let me go check my content. Oh, it might be too... Yeah, Dying Light. I don't know if I have it. I thought it was after I started keeping VODs, but you're right. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't change the song like I said I was going to, because I got rambling. Hold on. Shut up. We're switching. Why does the button not always appear for me to jump to the last page? Hello? There you... What? What the... Oh. Okay, there you go. Get to going. Alright, we're alright. Alright, back to the topic at hand. Annoyingly, YouTube Studio does not always just let me jump to the end. Let me see here. I could check playlists. It would probably be in a playlist. What do we got? We got Bloodstained, Empire, Tony to Die, some of the oldest stuff, Tales of Syria, Alien Isolation, Ender Lilies, Outer Wilds, Fuga, Elden Ring, Sekiro. I have only one, actually. I only have one VOD of Dying Light, and that was when we also played with Socks. So when the three of us played. I don't have the entirety of it. That's too bad. That is a tragic loss. Yeah. So what? One exists, but and there are a couple other ones. It looks like I have a VOD from Yumi and Mocha playing Deep Rock Galactic, you know, ages ago. I think that might be the last VOD I have of us playing games together. Yeah. Yeah, it's old. Yeah, it's a shame I didn't keep my early VODs. I didn't think it would be important. And then I played Inscription, and it was too damn good, so I had to go keep the VODs for that. You know, plans changed. It's just a shame. All right, is that less stuttery? The less stuttery? Oh, the Inscription one? Yeah, fair. It was a really good stream. And it's a really good game. Honestly, if you plan to play Inscription, I would still say don't watch that VOD, because it's worth going in blind to that game. That game is very, very good. This is working better. I think I still want it to rotate slower. That's not what I meant. That's what I meant. Turn that off for a second. I think I just want it to be really slow. Also, it's unfortunate the socks is stuck working so much. That is the misfortune of having a full-time job. You get stuck working all the time, and it's no fun for anyone. I mean, the money's not nice. Having more money is good. I think I want to slow this down as well. Just a little bit. So I think it's just a little bit faster than I want it to be. Right. Nah, now we're talking. You don't have the VODs either? Ah, well. Such is life. Well, I mean, that's about the same thing. It would probably get more views on the internet, so, you know, I guess whatever that might tell you. Let's see. I think I want to make one more change. I think... Is Harry? Stella, take it away. I'll allow you. Harry's the homeless guy that Stella keeps under the couch. Or a cat. One of the two. You know, tomato, tomato. Oh, right. I have to do the same to this one. That's why I'm still seeing it pop in. There we go. Ooh, that's much smoother. Man, just a little change sometimes. It's just the key to smoothing it out. That is a chonker. Also, Marshmallow is the most ideal name for a cat of that size. I can't imagine a better name for a big chonk and Maine Coon than Marshmallow. That is as ideal as it gets. Was it dumb like an orange cat? Because for some reason, orange cats are stupid. Apparently. That's my understanding. Like, all orange cats share the same brain cell, and only one of them can have it at any given point in time. Which leaves the rest of the population across the entire planet dumb as a box of rocks. Fantastic. I love that that maintains truth. People say have orange cat personality. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, I don't think you're as dumb as a box of rocks, Whitney. I don't think anybody that's that dumb could actually, like, continue to watch my streams. I don't think I'm entertaining enough to keep the brainless crowd here.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
Yeah, not that I am going to actively dissuade the brainless masses from joining stream, but I don't think my content is for them. Man, even there are some that some VTubers and streamers that I can handle in like tiny doses, and I'm like, oh, those clips are kind of fun. But if I try to watch for like too long, I'm like, I can't. Chibi Doki is one that jumps out to me that falls into that category. Like the quintessential Zoomer almost. Like it's like I can't handle that. I need that to relax. Oh, damn it. Did I do I did the thing again. God damn it. I remember that whole "this is a mistake I make constantly" thing I said earlier? Yeah, well. Here we are again. Doing the same thing. Like a dumbass. Frickin' brilliant. Oh, we gotta export this again. Export with those disabled, please and thank you. I'm so zoomed in because I'm working on this bit right here. And I zoomed in to check the finality of my work, and then I got lazy, and I didn't get rid of it. Like, that's why I'm still just here, because I just couldn't be bothered. So, you know, it happens. Oh, great. Now no one will understand what I'm saying. You know, the more that I hear the high voice, the more
I am impressed by the fact that it really just straight up sounds like GLaDOS. Like, I can't believe how GLaDOS-y the high voice is. It's kind of remarkable to me. Well, yeah, shockingly, Stella, it's a daily. You and your 6. You're so lax. I think it is relatively understandable. It's not too bad, but anybody that's not, like, I don't know. I certainly think it's more difficult to understand than just my normal book. I did have to go back at one point to improve its legible, or improve its legibility. Audibility? Oh, that's fair, Stella. Because the original version was much harder to understand. But I improved it. I went back and I improved it. It's better. Honestly, if you can actually read my mouth and get something out of it, I'm gonna mark that as a huge dub to the, facial tracking. If you can actually, like, read my mouth in this case, like, huge win. I am absolutely winning the tracking game. So the facial tracking is something that I kind of wish I could make more expressive, I guess. It's a shame because it is pretty damn accurate. Like, it is pretty damn accurate. So it's not bad, but like, I don't know. I wish there was like a little bit more. Oh yeah, by the way, there's double. Don't worry about that. That's also a thing. It's no big deal. Hold on, let me line it up better so it's less alarming. Yeah. Now barely even counts. Yeah, I got those AI hands, right? Like, Hold on. I lost my mouse. Where's my cursor? I lost it in the freaking blizzard. Ha! I got those AI hands now. Yeah, it's on brand. Exactly. Let me put that back. Okay. Did I load already? I don't think I did. Yoink. Alright, there we go. Over here. Man, I gotta go through so many clips. I have so many clips. I really gotta go edit some into just some cheapo clips. I have been a little bit annoyed with the, like, well, the shittiness that YouTube shorts are. They really aren't working very well, but they're really easy to make if I can just sit down and be motivated to make them. So, like, I probably won't do it. I should just do it. But I have so many clips. They are piling up to the rafters, and I just haven't gone back. Alright, the button. The Whitney bit. Ta-da! That's much cleaner. Yes. Okay, I tried TikTok. Also shit. More shit, in fact. Super shit. I haven't tried Insta. I'm kind of lazy that I'm gonna have to tackle Insta again, like a new stupid thing. But also, TikTok might get banned from the US in January for reasons. Yeah.
Very stupid reasons. Oh hey, I'm normal again. I still want this to be slower. Let's make this super duper slow. Yeah, yeah, and that would be 3,600. So the thing about that is that, well, lawmakers have wised up to the existence of VPNs, and there are supposed to be like legal ramifications for using a VPN to access it. So like, you could go to jail or get a ticket. I don't know. You could potentially get fined or whatever. So like, use at your own peril, I suppose. But I don't know. I think it's stupid that it's banned. I think it's stupid that it's banned, and I do not appreciate that literally everybody else gathers just as much, if not more, data on citizens, and instead of like making a broad, privacy law to protect people, they were just like, oh, well, China can't have the information. Be gone. Like, oh, thanks, guys. Very cool. I'm glad that you'll let everybody else have all the information. Yeah, it's fine. When the corporate oligarchs gather your information in order to sell it to the highest bidder and make shit tons of money while keeping you down in poverty and sorrow, it's fine. Just not China. No. They can't have it. Unless they pay a shit ton of money to American corporations, which they do. They also get data that way. That's why it's so stupid. Slower. Still slower. I want to be real lazy-like. 18 times 3, what's that going to be? That's going to be 36, and then 44, 54. 54, nope, that's too many. Go make sandwich. Sandwich, good. Yes! Yes! Now we're at the speed that I'm happy with. Oh, maybe it wasn't stuttering as bad earlier, and I just saw it as stuttering because my damn arm was moving. Maybe that's why it seemed like it was stutter-stepping. Maybe it wasn't at all. I was just moving my arm, which makes it appear like... Now it's slow enough that it doesn't seem like that, so that's good. Excellent. Yes, The thing is it like... Yeah. It's good. He's good. Honestly, I think I could make it move even slower. Yeah, that'll work. That's good enough. I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Green orbit. This is the longest I think I have ever taken to make a single particle system. With this... Oh, boy. This was an extremely distractible stream. Although, I am going to actually take a note. Because one of the things that I'm going to try to start doing is... Do I have a list going anywhere yet? No, I don't. Streams. I'm going to start, well, Corgi was part of it, and then I got on meme questions and viral frickin' formulas and shit, which is a topic I've always kind of wanted to talk on, but, you know, like, here we are. That was a little bit of a lecture time. I am going to try to start keeping track of days that I think are, like, particularly good streams to potentially send over to my editor. I'm so fancy. I have an editor. Well, it's not like my editor is on retainer or anything, but I did tell him that, like, whenever next his work queue is thinning out, to let me know so I can see if I've got a VOD to send him over to do another edit of, because I was really happy with the edit he did of the EDF6 stuff, because I thought that was hilarious and it turned out great. And also he's super duper affordable, so it's probably not something I can afford to do like every month, but it took him about a month to do that edit. So, like, if it's like another month and a half before he gets back to me, he's like, hey, you have anything I want to edit? And it's going to take another month. That means that I only pay I'm paying like every 2 to 3 months. And I'm like, I could pay for a video edit every 2 to 3 months, like a quarterly video. It's not exactly the greatest output from a channel, but I do want to keep trying to put out more edited videos, because that was really funny. I was really happy with it. So I'm going to start taking notes on streams that I thought were particularly, like, a good back and forth. And I think this one might count. We covered a lot of ground, a lot of interesting topics discussed. It might be worth editing into, like, a 5-minute adventure of whatever the hell happened this whole stream. Might be worthwhile. So, if you all, in fact, also can recall any, like, streams that you felt were, like, particularly good for, like, a lot of its time, rather than just having, like, a couple clips, but, like, just overall being a robust stream, feel free to throw that, like, the date of it, or whichever specific VOD, if you can look it up, it was into the Discord, because I'll go, like, look them up and add them to my notes as far as, like, this one was pretty good. Final Fantasy was funny. I'd have to find, like, which one of those were, like, which one of them was the best, because I can't have them, like, oh, the Aston Bunt was a pretty good little sequence. That might be worthwhile. Because, like, having him run through a huge-ass VOD, well, series of VODs would be a particularly sizable sort of effort. So probably can't do that. But if I have, like, the specific VOD... Yeah, I wonder about the Limbo one. Specifically that week that I did the handful of games all in one day. Like, there was Limbo, there was Planet of Lana... I was like, I think those are potentially pretty good ones as well. I don't quite remember with, like, Limbo. There were a handful of really good clips, and I'm trying to wonder if there's enough for, like, the overarching thing, or if there were too many sort of, like, low points in the middle or later, and, like, I don't know. But I could also just trust the editor to, like, to do stuff with it, because there's probably, like, 5 minutes of content in there. Hello, Socks. And also, where's my chocolate croissant? I miss Australian bakeries. The best we've got now is that we got a... There's a local donut shop that just opened really close to us. And their donuts are very, very good. And that includes a cronut. And I love the cronut because the croissant donut is like exceptional. So I was excited to have something close by to get, you know, some nice baked goods from. Okay. We have accomplished our task. Damn, we made it over 4 hours. Well, okay. Your moss turned into a bakery. Well, I mean, she was almost a bakery before already. All right, we definitely got to freaking wrap it up. I didn't realize I'd made it over 4 hours. Last time I checked, it was like 3 hours, and here we are. And I'm still wearing my stylish hat. Well, now she's breaking bread. Well, you know, that's fair. I do love some good homemade bread. My mom used to have a bread maker. I remember having bread out of that every once in a while. Why, thank you. It's a stylish hat. Did I... Okay, maybe this is not technically... I don't know what happened. It used to have words on the side that made it more Seaweaver's hat. Maybe I got rid of that, and now it's just a hat. I mean, that's kind of fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. Is there another prop in here? Oh. I didn't show the text. There we go. Now it's Seaweaver's hat. There we go. I found it. It was a separate prop. Well, those are standard issue words. Those aren't Seaweaver words. This is the... I could just move the camera, but I'm just leaning into frame now. There you go. Hold on, maybe if I could just scrunkle down a little bit into my chair. There we go. There we go. Now you can see it. Now you got it. Oh, Stella, did you ever show up when I was using my shitty tentacle costume for my other friend Viri now? Because I'm still proud of those, honestly. Those still, like, those work. There are a lot of them. I gotta turn them on. Yeah, this one. This one holds up. Like, this is just good. Like, yeah, it's a Viri costume. This is just a good one. Like, this just freaking works. And I mean, technically, I don't have to take off the hat. I could still wear the hat. There's no reason I can't. We can have the hat. You actually, like, we can actually put on all of the costumes simultaneously. Clipping be damned. We can just do it all. We can just do the entire month of October on my head at one time. It's like it's a whole thing. The frames are probably fine. I'm not running a game at the moment. It's fine. We're doing great. We're doing okay. All right, let's not go so far as to say we're doing great. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. Man, I cannot wait to update my computer next year and be able to... I'm going to be so disappointed if I don't get a significant, like, frame bump on this. I can't imagine how I wouldn't. Because at the very least, I know that I'm, like, maxing out the cores on my CPU, and like, it's having to distribute threads, like, and, like, double up. Because if I'm not running stream, the frames in Vignon are at, like, 90 frames a second. And as soon as I'm doing stream and, like, playing a game or whatever, it dips down into, like, 45. So, like, I know that I'm doing too much at once on the CPU. which is a big reason why next time I need to dramatically increase how many threads that how many cores I've got in there. And so I'm waiting for the next, in January, AMD is announcing their new X3D parts, which should be a 9950, 9900, something of those varieties. Sadly, I'm not sure if I want to keep this computer, but I do usually sell a lot of my pieces parts to Kappa. Kappa's entire system is like my cast-offs. like that's usually the way her computer gets built, because like she just doesn't care as much, and like she plays like Minecraft, so she doesn't need a whole lot. So she can be a handful of generations behind on all this stuff, and like, so she always gets first dibs on my old computer parts. Like, she's still running, I think, a 3600, a Ryzen 3600 or 3400, which that one I did build new, because she was like she was just a shit spot for PC. So like I had to go around and, well, I make Kappa pay because she also has a full-time job, so she can pay me for my old parts. Stella, I might give them to you for free because you don't have a job, but Kappa's got a job. I know how much Kappa makes. She can pay me for my old parts at secondhand prices. That's fine. And then I pay out the ass for the new shit because I'm a tech junkie. What can I say? I will simply do the thing and pay. That's true. That's true. You are working on it. But, the opening of a small business is not exactly a period of time known for a robust cash flow. We'll say it that way, yeah? No small business is like just like absolutely cooking right out the gate. Yeah, so that just means that all of your monetary like inflows and outflows are outflows. Like everything for your business now is getting set up, and that shit costs money. So I know how this shit works. Exactly. You're not breaking the bank either. I know. All right. But seriously, I cannot continue rambling. The stream has been long. I'm going to bed. We just got 3 more days this week, and then I'm free to the winter holidays and not having to work until next year. That's all we got to do. So thank you all for coming and hanging out for such a long stream. Whitney, of course, thank you so much for being a regular. Thank you for, making it here so many times to arrive at your 128 void orbs. I appreciate all of you very much. Of course, you as well, Priestess, but you are not the individual of the hour. That is Whitney. So Whitney's got the special day. Thank you all. Have a good night. I'll see you all Thursday for Path of Exile 2 with Seaweaver. And then into the weekend, it'll be Senua's Saga. All right. Have a good night. See you next time. Bye.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit.